Thank you everybody for watching my video, and if you enjoyed it, please subscribe and also turn on notifications. And if you really love my video, please support me by joining my Patreon and become a patron. That way you can get some cool lessons, some live lessons as well, cool perks, and you're going to have a great time in watching my videos as well. So please support me there, and I hope to see you on Patreon. John Jackson, actually, I'm going live on my other page here. Hopefully you'll see this. Yeah, I'm live right now. I see 4 people up here. Thank you for watching. Now, definitely, if you're on YouTube, just definitely send me a chat and make sure you can see me. And if you're on Patreon, try to send me a chat through YouTube. Okay. Then I'm navigating between both sites right now. And if you want to join the conversation, you can actually, click on here. Great. Hey, Todd. Great to see you, Todd. If you have any questions, please let me know. So today, I have some special guests from my people that bought my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay. And we're going to go through this book a little bit today, most of the live lesson. Now, this book, I'd like to thank Acoustic Guitar Magazine. I write for the magazine called Acoustic Guitar, and I have about at least 20 articles out from them. The last 2 issues, well, the first 2 issues of the year, I have an article. This one on the cover. This came out in January, so you can check that out. But these 3 lessons in here are from acoustic guitar and from Hal Leonard Music, and I have. Okay, and we're going to be doing. We're going to go over some. The first. What I'm trying to do is I'm going to. I'll talk a little bit about this stuff on here, but if you have your guitars ready, take them out. I know that we can't really do like a whole live Zoom kind of thing like I would do, but this is really good for you guys to see me and ask me some questions. So send me. This is a private link to. Unlisted link. So let me see all the messages, if there's any. Okay. So let me get started. So the first lesson we're going to go over, is really just a lesson about walking bass lines. It's a real mystery for a lot of guitar players to play bass lines, who want to play jazz. So we take this in this weekly workout. If you own the book, remember you have videos that go along with this book. Okay. It's you go right here. You'll see right at the beginning of the book, in the contents at the bottom where to go to find the videos that go with the book. Okay. And it's really cool. So you have all the videos. Actually, I play everything through these videos, all my lessons, and the other guys on the book too. They have some great lessons in this book too. We're going to go over my lessons particularly. So let me start with NBC. Hi everyone. Oh, hi Michelle. So when I was getting into bass lines, I was at Berklee College of Music. I saw Joe Pass play. It was like he's a real monster. So the hard part, one of the things, one of the first things I learned at Berklee, you could do it. On the guitar, I do, on this lesson particularly, I do a blues in G. And hey Dan, good to see you. Dan, one of my great students. Great to be here. Dan got the book too. And so look at this. So when I'm walking a bass line, you should know how to do a bass line. And now doing a bass line is not even easy. You have to know how to connect chords at the right time, at the right place. So the easiest bass line, I start off in the lesson here. I talk about Freddie Green and comping and all kinds of things. But the most important thing is to be able to do a bass line by itself. Okay, first, so I would go like this. So I'm doing a blues in G, like in this blues here in the key of G. It's just a typical jazz blues. A 4, 1 to 4 to C7 to G7, 1 bar, then D minor 7, C diminished 7, C sharp diminished 7, E7, A minor 7, D7, G7, E7, A minor 7, D7. Never when you're playing jazz or any style of music, you don't see like well, some jazz bands you see a lot. You know, like you'll see them reading music, but in general, you don't see a rock band or any famous pop band play with music in front of them. It looks bad, and and people can't groove to the music if they're looking at music. One of my friends who plays a lot of these famous bands like Bruce Springsteen said, one good thing is not to look at music when you're in the band. So you should memorize these songs. Memorize the blues, particularly in jazz, or any kind of jazz tune that you're learning. Now, this song is very common. I did it in the key of G just to make it a little bit easier. But the same chord progressions for songs like Billy's Bounce, Now's the Time, Sunny Moon, for all the typical jazz blues tunes, okay, that you find. So the hard part is playing just the bass line and quarter notes. Now, when I play the quarter note, see how I'm emphasizing the 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So that's really hard to do, okay? And you should be able to go through that. And then the next, when you're playing a bass line, I'll go like this: root, fifth, root, fifth, root, fifth. Now 2 beats each. You can't do it there. So I'm going through the blues. Sorry. I gotta think about this. Now, just to do that, it's really hard to do, okay? So what I do, the next important aspect, so that's a real simple bass line. See me, I was flubbing it up a little bit because I'm talking and playing at the same time, but so root, fifth, and root. Keep the steady beat though. Don't. When you're playing a bass player, if you're a bass player, you go, and then you miss a beat, the whole band's gonna go down the tubes, So you gotta make sure you keep that bass line going, even if it's a mistake. Just keep going. So the next thing is this, okay? If you have any questions, please send them. Let me see. I don't see any questions yet. I'm just trying to see. No, not yet. Okay. Just, checking in here. So the next thing is, I showed you you're going to play the 3rd and 7th of each chord. So the 3rd and 7th is very important in 7th chords harmony in jazz. So what I mean by the 3rd and 7th, it's a G, and the 3rd is B, and then the 5th is D, and the 7th, or flat 7th in this case, is a F. Okay. So what we do is we use those 2 notes together. So when you play a bass line, you walk a bass line on the guitar, or when you're comping in general, like the Freddie Green style. I didn't get to Freddie Green too much. There's an intro about him here, but in this article, in this lesson, but I didn't talk about him. He did a lot of comping with just the root and 3rd and 7th. He did that kind of stuff like this. Okay. So that's very important to know that voicing the 3rd and 7th over the bass line. The 3rd and 7th separately from the root of the chord, okay? Because then you'll get the bass line under that chord. That's what I actually do in this lesson. So Freddie Green's comp like that, actually, okay, and that's a hard thing to do, actually, too. Things like that, okay? Okay, that's that exercise, actually, but the point is you should know where your 3rd and 7th is in the chord separately. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're going to comp a blues, you should do like this. First, you do the bass line like I told you. Then you would just do the 3rd and 7th by itself. That's what I have written out here in week, buddy, just in case. Sorry about that. I forgot to tell you the page number. That's the walking bass line. It's the first lesson in the book. Pass it on. Page 35. I just written because you should know that separately. And when we do these articles, there's not enough space to write all this stuff. Okay, so what I did was I separated. I just played the 3rd and 7th of the chord. Now you should know how to play the 3rd and 7th of all your chords in general, in diatonic, in diatonic major, for example. If I'm playing in the key of G, G major 7, A minor 7, B minor 7, C major 7, D7, 7, E minor 7 flat 5. E minor 7, sorry. F sharp minor 7 flat 5. So I should be able to play the 3rd and 7th. Now usually you can play the 3rd and 7th this low if you want, but I put it up an octave and play the 3rd and 7th up like that. Now I put the bass there. So you have the 5th missing, and it makes it easier to play actually. You should know your diatonic 3rds and 7ths. Now, what's really cool is I have an exercise for this actually, and I'm going to put on my Patreon because some of the people are watching who are on my Patreon. Just in case people on the book are watching, from the book are watching my Patreon, you're actually streaming. I'm streaming live to my Patreon patrons as well as you guys, you know, who get these lessons all the time because they're patron. Okay, different kinds of lessons, not the same as this book, of course. So what's really cool is when you play that 3rd and 7th and that bass note, you can actually do. See that? I can go like that. Then I can do root 5th. See how I'm stopping the bass or the chord? So to be able to do a bass like that root 5th, you have to adjust your fingers. So remember, the common chords that you play and the fingerings that you learned don't apply anymore. You just got to know where to put your fingers. Watch this. See, I'm adjusting my fingers. So that's how you come up with bass lines on that kind with the 3rd and 7th and root. Now, so when I'm doing this exercise with this, so that's a blues in G, and then we're going over. So when I put that bass line in, I'll hold that chord out to do a separate bass line. See how that 3rd and 7th is easier now? I mean, that bass line is easier with that 3rd and 7th. Like that. Okay. Any comments or questions yet so far? Nothing? Okay. Let me see if anybody's live chatting with me right now. Nobody? Okay. So what's happening is this. Let me see if there's any questions or comments so far. Nothing yet. Loud and clear. Someone, Todd said loud and clear. Dan Alvo. Oh, what bass line can you play over G major? Oh, sorry, I missed Reggie's comment. What bass line can you play if G major 7 is 2 measures? Walk up the scale. Now that's the hard part. Walking a bass line over the same chord is really hard if it's just the same chord over and over. It's easier if you have a bunch of chords because you can just kind of walk through all the chords. When it's just one chord, you gotta kind of make up the bass line. See what I'm doing? So I can actually go. Now, I'm doing a lot of fancy stuff now. I'm doing passing tones, approach notes. Those are part of bass lines, but you know, it's hard to put those in if you can't just walk a very basic bass line first. You got to start throwing all the other stuff in later. So that's what I would do if I'm walking. Sometimes I'll reharmonize. See, I'm just trying to stay on the G, but I'll just maybe throw a 2/5 in there. So that's how I would actually throw something like that in there. So, you know, that's a really hard thing to do. Then I'm just staying in one position, but great question, Reggie. That's the hard thing to do, a walking bass line over the same chord and making it creative. Okay. Now bass player we'll just go. He'll just do something like that. Now they don't also end on the root, everybody. So that's another tricky thing about doing bass lines. You don't want to just end on the root all the time. They might end on the third or the and like Ron Carter, if you listen, and learn real bass lines from them. So let's get back to this exercise, weekly workout number 1 out of the book. So if you have the book, this is a great opportunity for you to get, to check it out. If you don't have the book, go check it out. It's on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Like this. And what I started doing is, I actually have it written like this in the lesson. You should be able to do both ways. Okay. To do this is hard. Etc. That's the next part. All roots, etc. I'll go through the whole thing. Yeah, so let me see something. So, does anybody know how to walk the bass line already? Now for the book, let me know. Please let me know. Send me a message. Does anybody have any questions about how you place the 3rd and 7th and how you do the fingerings? No, if you do, okay. Let me see what else is going on here. I don't see any more messages, so please send me more messages and questions if you have any. I'm gonna I'm just looking at something like this. I have this written down. I'm just playing it separately. That's what I have written. Sorry. Like that, okay? So what I'm going to do next is that's the bass line I wrote on week 3 of the weekly workout. Can anybody play that already? Yes? Okay. If you can, let me know. And if you have a problem playing that bass line. So what I did was you got to separate the bass line from these 3rd and 7ths, and you have to be able to play them separately. Okay? And so watch me. Now you got to put that 3rd and 7th in there. Now, what happens is, if you look carefully if you look at between week 2 and week, it's only for 2 beats now. Why? Because you don't need to hold that chord that long, actually. Because when you're comping a bass line, you're not going to go. Different kinds of comping behind that. And that's another goal you have to get to, is not to just play these whole notes and half notes, but to do actual comping rhythms. And if you're a Patreon on my account, the archives, if you just go back and in the posts, I have this thing of all these different kinds of comping patterns from the Charleston, okay, which is very common in jazz. The Charleston comping pattern, which actually I show here in week 4. So if I'm going to play that bass line, I would do it real slow right now. So I'm going to play the week 3 bass line. Watch it. See, now I'm only playing for 2 beats. So what I did was, now I started doing these bass lines that connect. They do. Actually, I stole these from different bass players that I've transcribed. So what I did was I just played a bass line, split up the scale, then I went up chromatically to get to the C. These are almost like chromatic approach notes, but they're all in my Patreon. All 16 of them. Then I went back down to the C, to the B flat, which is the flat 7, and then went back chromatically back to the G. and then I went up the scale, root fifth, then root third, then I went to the C7, flat 7, and then I did C to G, then I did a chromatic notes going up to the B, to the E, then a chromatic approach note to the E7, then a chromatic approach note from above to the A minor, that connected the A minor to the D7, then down the scale, back to G7, chromatic approach to the E7, then a chromatic approach from below to the D7. Does anybody have any questions about chromatic approach notes? Now, if you don't know what that is, we'll talk about it. I'll talk about it for a minute. You can approach a chord tone like a G note above each chord tone. So G, I'm playing the note right below F sharp. Then on the B, and then back to G, F sharp. So it sounds like this. You should be able to do that over any chord, actually. Usually you do it on the root fifth, root third and fifth on most chords, not on the seventh, but you can. It's possible because I do. When you're a jazz musician, you kind of do everything once you know how to do it the right way. Okay, so you have to learn these rules and then break them. So I'm a little tiny bit. Okay, so you can see my guitar better, and my head's cut off a little bit. Okay, so yeah, so that's the next bass line. So what's happening on week 4? Because I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a couple more weeks to go, a couple of more lessons. So the last, it's actually like that. Sorry, I phrase these things so differently sometimes. I'll go. I might make it short. So same rhythm, but I'll and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So what I'm actually doing is I'm doing a walking bass. What's this person saying? Oh, no questions? Let me see. Let me see who's saying a question here real quick. Looks good. Someone said looks good. Okay. Okay. So notes with your fingers, please ask me. I'm using hybrid picking. Okay, you can actually do with this picking with this bass lines. You can actually even do just all picking if you want. It's harder. You could use hybrid picking, which is pick and fingers, or you could use your fingers. Sometimes I use my fingers too. Actually, I mean, in my case, I'm switching when I'm actually performing or recording whatever I'm doing. You'll notice how the chord, when I actually go from the D minor 7. Now, when you change a chord, let's say you're going to a D minor 7 to G7 for 2 beats each, and you're hitting a syncopation, you've got to hit the syncopation note before you hit the chord because it's actually approaching the next note. So if I'm going, instead of going 1, 2, 3, it's 4. Instead of going, I have to go to get to that G7 note chord. Okay. So that rhythm, whenever you do a syncopation and it's syncopated up, you've got to play the chord, the next chord before you get to the next. You got to play that syncopation before you get to the next chord. Or it's hard to do. Hard to do it slow. I'm anticipating that. So I anticipated that those chords just like that. So that's how you actually do the walking bass lines in of my book right here that we're going over, called Chords at Your Fingertips. So this is actually for my patrons. So and these are for the people who already bought my book. They're invited guests today. I have guests from all over the who are private students sometimes on my live lesson, not on my Patreon account itself, where they get all the free lessons. So everybody who is a patron, I started a new thing. I'm going to give you shout outs on Instagram and YouTube on my YouTube end cards. I'm listing you on all my new videos, all my current patrons, okay? And of course, when you join, it might take a week or two just to get your name at the end card, because I got to put your name on the end card and then then edit it into video and everything. But for watching, if you're a new patron, okay, and if you're at patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music, and you can just join. Now, watch this. So the next lesson that I have in here is called Spice, and so jazz is it talks about jazz is full of harmonies and all that kind of stuff. Okay, that sound foreign to most people. Oh yeah. So someone was mentioning about the new benefits I'm going to be offering through Patreon. Things like that. Do more interactive stuff with my patrons. So I'm going to be announcing that very soon on Instagram and TikTok. And subscribe to me on YouTube already. Please do. Thank you for 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that. I just passed that, getting close to 21,000 soon. Okay, and so I'm going to have some new benefits coming up with Patreon. Okay, because my Patreon's starting to get bigger and bigger. So now let's get back to the playing here. So in this weekly workout lesson, okay, so each lesson lasts for a week here, and we start talking about how to spice up your playing in jazz. So we start off with knowing your diatonic chords. I talked about a little bit about it on a chord progression in thirds. So that's what I basically do in this first exercise. So this is something that's very common that all students should know how to do. So the diatonic chords in C, A minor, B diminished, C. Okay, you should know that if you want to play music in general. Okay, and then I see how I played it across the neck. Do it that way, or up and down the neck like this. And from any root on the string too, like etc. Now the next thing to do is learn your major sevenths, like this.
1 sec.
Okay, so what I did was I just went up the scale like this. These are closed voicings, we call them, or drop twos. Now I have them written out like this on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, the book here. From any root on the string. So you should be able to do from here. See how I just went right to the 4-string root? And from here too. I'm going to go backwards. So those are the diatonic seventh chords. You should be able to play those. If you have any questions about it, I'll show you how to use the fingerings. A lot of this stuff is trial and error. So I haven't done it in a while. It's a real basic technique, and it's not easy. It's kind of tricky. Now the fingerings change, of course, according to the string you're using, of course. So the next part, 4-1-5 progression. I'll do fast. Jazz tunes, just so you guys know, so a lot of jazz musicians like myself, we just like to reharmonize everything. You got to do it in taste. Sometimes if you over reharmonize a song, it just starts to sound like it's like an exercise or something. So your goal is to be able to reharmonize like this. Just instead of going straight from a C to an F, you could just go in that C7. That's what I did in this exercise. Make the F to a minor, 4 minor, 1, 4, 1, back to G7. Okay, so that's an example example for a number in week 1 of this exercise. So that, you have to start working on this and doing different keys and different exercises and try to experiment with that. The next thing to do is to reharmonize this. This is all about reharmonization, adding flavor to your chords and progressions. I can go like C. Instead of hitting, I can go to and add the third. See what I did? And I went to F minor. I went to the C. And then what I went to C over G, then C7 over G, then I went to F over A, and then I went to F minor over A flat. And I went like this. C over G to G7 back to C. Or you can do it this way too. I have it written out like this. So when I read the chord symbols too, I can translate it to different things. What's written here is like this. I can do it this way. See what I did? I did exactly the same progression, but I started doing all these reharmonizations. And then the next example, week 2. So this is a great exercise. All these exercises take a week to learn because you have to memorize these and internalize this stuff. Okay, so now week 2. So that's the end of week 1. That's 5. Let me see if there's any questions. No questions so far. I guess people are just like like what I'm talking about and don't have any questions. Okay, so the next thing is so now we'll do this 1-6-2-5 progression. Okay, so you should know how to do that this way. Okay, so you should be able to do that. Then a real with the third. Excuse me. So you make 3 E minor to A minor to D minor to G7. Okay, that's a very common. Could be the third. Okay, now the next example you could just make this. C major 7 to the A minor 7, 1-6. These are very, very common chord progressions that you see in jazz. Okay, and that you could just reharmonize. What we like to do is instead of playing like the 1-6-2-5, the diatonic chords, we could just go all dominant. We could just do an A7 there, and then go D minor to D7, or you can make it all dominant. So they all lead to the next chord, okay, and go back to the 1. To the third, E minor, and go A7, D minor 7, G7. So that's very common rhythm. Oh, someone made a comment. Oh, let me see who said that. Can we go down here? I can't figure. Let me go to live chat. Uh-oh. I can't see them. Oh, yeah. Patreon, just so you know. Patrons, you will get a dedicated discount code for use on discovery calls and tangible benefits and additional live workshop every month for DIY music marketing, etc. Okay. So when you're doing a song like I Got Rhythm, so the typical progression is 1-6-2-5. C major 7, A minor 7, D minor 7, G7. But what we do is we kind of mix it up now. I'll replace the C major 7 with this. Or then. So what happens when you start reharmonizing and putting these extra chords in, you have more of an arsenal. And so I changed it around, okay? So basically that's what jazz musicians reharmonized and spice up their chords and playing and notes so they could spice up their solos. That's what they really want to do at the end. Okay? Then you can also do dominant 7th on the E minor now instead. And then do this thing called tritone substitution where you replace, instead of playing the A7, I play an E flat 7. Now, I don't want to talk too much about tritone substitution because we can talk about that for one lesson. Tritone is basically just a tritone, which is like a flatted fifth or sharp four away from the chord that you want to play. So an A7 would be E flat, and they share the same third and seventh. Okay, so instead of doing that, we can go just replacing this chord and this chord with this chord. And it sounds weird. It's really symmetrical. And it leads back to the C. So that's a very common progression. So with a tritone, okay? And I actually show that in example 12. So the third and seventh are the same. These two notes are the same. It sounds like a song. So I do that a lot in my walking bass lines too. I mix them up, etc. Okay. Now, example number also we can do this too. What I did is we can do the C major 7 and do the tritone substitution of the A to the E flat instead, the D minor 7 to the D flat. Now, if I'm losing you guys, please ask me any questions about all these tritone substitutions, because I'm getting lost talking about them too. I mean, I know what's going on, but if I was watching this, I'd be going, "Whoa, that's going by fast," and I go by pretty fast because we're gonna have to finish at 3. So, now example 4. It's just you just instead of playing like the straight C major 7, you can just put a 9 in there, okay, to make it more interesting. So I'm playing a C major 9 like that, and then I'm doing, or you can do this one on the D minor 7. You can play a C major 9 like that too. One thing about the C major 9. There's no third to make it sound like it's a major, that defines if it's minor or major. But it's a nice sounding chord, okay? So that's example number 15 of week 3. I'm just skipping by here to get through this quicker. Like a straight 7th. You can spice it up by putting like a 13 and 9 like this. That's a really nice chord. Okay, I did that. I actually did. Sorry. And then this is a C13 flat 9, and then an E over a G, which is actually what we call also in jazz. Let me see this one to make sure I'm playing it right. It's also called a G7 13 flat 9. Okay, and then you can. Then I'm doing a G minor 7, a D minor 7 to that chord. So I did a 2-5-1 with all these fancy reharmonizations now. You can play like this. Instead of going, sounds boring, you can do this. E over G, they call it, or G7 13 flat 9 to C major 9. Okay, now that's example number 16. Now to spice it up that chord, I can just put a flat 5 or a sharp 5. So that's very common, and you can just resolve to F major 7. Now the F major 7, example number 18, to make it or sharp 5. So this is how you're changing. Quick here, you're just changing notes in the chord. So if I'm playing a C7, the 5 I can just make a flat 5 to make it sound cool. The major 7, just change that note. The C, F major 7 to sharp 11 or sharp 5. So you have to really know your chord tones to be able to play all these fancy chords I'm playing. And also, if you're playing like a regular C chord, these are actually called line cliches, just so you know. Like, So if I'm playing this next example, example 19, and I go to the I can just raise the G, make it augmented, and make that. You hear that a lot in songs, everybody. Like, it's like a very common progression. There's a lot of songs like that. But what about this? If I do that in minor, you know what that is? James Bond. So those are called line cliches. So a lot of jazz musicians like to spice up their chords like that because when they're taking a solo, they'll use that line in their solo. They'll go like this. I'm trying to throw that note in like a solo. It's kind of weird. So it's very important to know these lines and chord shapes just to be able to do cool reharmonizations. And then, of course, you get to the major seventh one like this. That's example number 20. And the example 21 is a common one. You know, my funny value. This is the same line. From Stairway to Heaven, it's the same minor, major 7, minor 7, minor 6. And then this one I showed you earlier. Example 22. Okay, so that's my adding flavor. So we're going over my book here, everybody. And just so you know, I think I have a code still. If you want to get on my website, you save 20% off. If you're, I think a lot of people bought my book on sale. You'll save 20% off. You go to my website if you use the code Sunday. I think it's still valid. Use code Sunday. And you get an autographed copy. Now, the last week I'm going to try. He was one of my favorite guitar players. I used to know Les Paul. And Chet Atkins was like a great, guitar player that knew how to harmonize and do fingerstyle stuff. So this basically, take a simple melody, fancy. So we take a melody like this. Let me play it for you. Mary had a little lamb. Okay, Mary had a little lamb. Okay. So you could just do things. We basically just make it into a chord melody thing. So we're going to go there. See? There's so many notes. That's the good thing about fingers. You don't have to worry about the notes in between. So I would go. This is example number 2. I'm looking for your comments, guys. Let me see. Oh, London Bridge or Mary Had a Little Lamb. Mary had a little lamb. Actually, I'm getting hungry. Ronnie wants a little ham. So, sorry about that, guys. I have dumb jokes. But anyway, yeah. In this exercise, we start really harmonizing this song in chords. So we do this now. Watch this. Example 3. I'm using triads. Different kinds of. I'm sorry reading this. I don't know this by heart. See what I did? So you should be able to do that with your melodies in general, especially diatonic thirds. This page, it gets. What happens is I start doing this. Watch this. If I do this slowly, it goes like this. We look at this carefully. Now this gets much harder. Watch this. See, what happens is now we start putting the notes in different places, okay? So we're going to go. Okay, now example number 5. going to go to this part. Watch this. So the melody notes everywhere now. So what happens there, everybody? The melody notes on the bottom now. Now the first example number 4, just so you know, you don't always need to play the melody on top of the chord. The melody note in the in example number 4 is actually below the root, so it's like this. So it's hard to get that. You got to make sure you have that melody note come out when you're. So that's. I'm trying to play that melody note right in between. So, and the example number 5, we're going to put the melody note at the bottom. Why work on it myself? So it's like this. So everything's on the bottom now. Now watch this. Oh, let me see. There's a question here. Hey, but Dan said hi. Hanging out with Bucky Picciarelli also. And they all knew each other, Bucky and Howard Alden, another great 7-string guitar. And, you could put a melody in between the notes of the chord, on the bottom of the chord, on top of the chord. They don't have to be on top of the chord all the time. That's what I'm saying. That's how you really get into chord melody. Oh, someone's asking a question. Let me see. Okay, live chat. Let me go back to this question here. So Dan, let me see. Is this listening or you misunderstand the concept? So lame fire. So what's happening is I took a melody like Mary Had a Little Lamb. What I did was in this weekly workout. It's the last weekly workout in the book that I have called Chords of Your. Like a workshop also for my Patreon, so you can learn some new stuff too, and about reharmonization and all this stuff's in my book. Harmonize it with chords, and then start harmonizing. Then putting the chords under each melody note. Wait, and then you can start putting the melody note in between the chord. So what? I put the melody note in between each. I have it actually. This part I have it in the middle. I mean, one note below the root. So see, I'm playing the chord like this. Now I'm putting the melody note not on top this time. Now that's really hard to do, everybody. See the melody note's still in there. The melody notes. Okay, the next part is okay. Hear that? Now, next part. So what I'm doing is now you can put the melody note on the bottom too. Now watch this. Middle or the bottom of the chord. Here's the next one. See what I'm doing? Melody notes on the bottom. I did, so I can do it like this now. Let me start again. It's tricky. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is out of the book, page 65, and that was example. That was week 2 example number 5. So week 3, we take a melody like this and key a B flat and goes like this. Which is called Billy Boy, okay? And we start doing a reharmonization. This is a really hard one now. We're gonna start reharmonizing that whole song into like one play for you. Okay, so that's Billy Boy. Billy Boy. So basically, I'm doing a chord melody. I took the melody and I just started doing the 1-6-2-5 progression. Put the chord changes under this. So this is the whole goal of you playing chord melody in my book, is to be able to do all this stuff. Let me see if there's any other questions here. So I'm trying to see the chain here. For any game themes, I'm pretty sure the background Zelda Palace's theme is good. Oh, okay. Dan said interesting comment. I don't quite understand. We'll talk about that later. Let me see what's on live chat. Great. You should be able to harmonize a song with a melody on any string. Yes, that's the whole point. Just so you guys know. Okay. I'm going to go over the last one exercise before I finish up. So if there's any questions, please. Someone had a question here. Let me see. So now, in week 4, now this is a really hard exercise. In week 4 of the book here, it's like you do the complete chord melody harmonization of this song. And I haven't played this in a while, so I'm going to try it for you. So we're going to do, this is like a real complete chord reharmonization. So you should be able to do chord melody and build up to this. This is like the finale of the book, my piece. So it's going to sound like this. And that's a book for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So let me drink a little coffee before I play this. So watch this. I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to use my fingers to make it a little easier. So this is week 4. And I'm going to be basically sight reading this. It's going to be like this. I don't even look at the tabs. I always look at the notes. Then it goes. I go. Then I go like this. Oh, I like this. Yeah, almost perfect. So I basically played almost reharmonized every melody note on that piece for the very last exercise. So, that's pretty complicated to do. Let me try it one more time. I'm going to show you some specific parts before I finish up. So I start off with a minor 9. Then I do a C diminished. And then I kind of do like, that implies F7, so you know. Then I use a sharp 2 diminished, B diminished, C minor. Then I do a passing chord. I like doing this. Then I use a minor 7 flat 5 instead. Then I do like a little G major 7, G flat major 7 reharmonization. Then I do. So I did like a passing, chromatic passing, descending chord progression like this: B flat major 7, A7, A flat 13, G13, G flat 13. Okay, no G13. Sorry, G7 flat 13. A lot of chords going by here. So I did a chromatic chord going through that melody. Then I went like this. Then I did this cool thing. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of inversions here. Then I went. I like a lot of these passing chords going down. So that was the finale of the book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you learn how to reharmonize all kinds of different things. And there's also kinds of other great exercises from great writers in this book too. So that's my second Saturday live lesson. Now, if you enjoyed this, and you're not a Patreon already, please join my Patreon. I have all kinds of lessons related to this, but they're simpler and easier to play. And so if there's any questions, please let me know. Send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which you probably have. If you want to study with me, let me know privately. Also, there's some tiers on Patreon that are cheaper than studying with me privately, because it's pretty expensive to study with me privately. You get less hours, but you get all the benefits, and get all the music through Patreon. And you pay a higher fee privately if you need to, if you want to go that route. But if there's any questions, let me know. Thanks for watching. I'm just trying to see if there's anything missing here. And I really appreciate you guys on Patreon and everybody else and everybody that's been following me. Reggie, my great student who's studying with me for a couple of years. Dan Olivo, a new student, and used to be a former student, now another student. All these great people. Lessons out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. I got to work on this too. Just kidding. Always have to work on something. Because, some of these lessons I've written, I wrote, like maybe 6-7 years ago, at least. So, it's always good to go back and relearn things. And I'm always studying anyway. So thank you, everybody, for watching. And keep in touch. If you want to join my Patreon, it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. I have it written here. Let me see. It's right here. Just join my Patreon right there. I think it's the right direction. And also, in my 1-year anniversary of my show, you could buy the book and everything here, and other sheet music there. Use code Sunday and CDs and everything else. Use code Sunday on my. And there's a playback on this too. So before I release it to the public, the playback's gonna last for a couple. And thank you again. I'll be posting more stuff on Patreon as well this week. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day. Bye-bye. talk about the history of the blues. You know, the blues used to just be one chord. I heard, like back in the 1800s, 1700s. What happened was they used to just play one chord. I heard all the way through. I got the blues, you know. And then suddenly they start to let's do the 4 chord in. They would throw the 4 chord in. Then they throw the 1. Then they throw the 5. Then the jazz musicians just kept expanding it. We just went from C7 to then we threw the F7. Then we went to C7. Then we threw a 2-5. we threw a 2-5, which is of this F7. Then we do an F sharp diminished. that's what jazz musicians do. And then we went from C7 to like E minor 7 to A7. Then we went from D minor 7 to G7. Then we went from C7 to A7 to D7 or D minor 7 to G7. So we just reharmonized the same thing. So this is a jazz blues now. So this became a jazz blues. You understand? So we just like made it more fancy. It's the same thing, 12-bar blues with all these extra chords. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson here, and I'm live at Inglewood Hospital. So, let me see what's going on here. Yeah, definitely. Let me get started. I'm going to get started in a second. Solo guitar here at Inglewood Hospital. How you doing? Let me get started here. You want to send me? I'll put it back a little bit more. There's a piano in the way. Good. Thank you guys for watching. Wow, this is cool. So I'm live. And you know, if there's any super chats or kind of any comments, please make them. Hey. Oh. Okay, good. How's everybody doing? So this is solo guitar here. I do this every. So I don't know if you can hear me, but that's what I do every week at Inglewood Hospital in Inglewood, New Jersey. So let me see if anybody sent me any messages here. Let me see. Let me go to my videos right now and see what's going on here. Okay. You go to my dashboard. I'm actually live right now, and let me see who's watching. Okay. Okay, good. So let me continue now. Another song. Let me take this stuff out of my pocket. I have too many things in my pocket. Let me see. Here we go. Send me a chat if you can hear me, guys. All messages. Let me see. Oh, hey. Hey, Ron. Any tips for beginners? Learn bebop? Oh, cool. Hey. Oh, let me see what's going on here, guys. Sorry, I missed the messages. Playing some Eddie Van Halen ain't talking about love. You know, ain't tips for. It's so unusual in that music. No. So you know, 7-string was used in jazz before rock. Just so you guys know, okay? So yes, 7-string's been around for quite a while, and you know, if you enjoy what you're doing, you know, I have a super chat here. Let me see. Here. Oh, okay. Chat messages are visible. Let me see if I can make a chat, reply to some of these comments. Okay, guys, I'm gonna. I can't really talk too much here, and because, yeah, okay, yeah, so unusual. So let me continue, guys, because I'm on a gig, solo guitar, 7-string guitar, and if I can chat with you guys, I'll try to chat on my phone right here. Send me that. That would be great. Now I'll have to see what's going on. Okay, hold on. Right now, here we go. So we go to my channel. So now we're live. I'm gonna turn the volume down. Oh yeah, I can do that. Do this. There's super chat. Let's see. Super chat. Okay, I'm just writing this down. Let me continue, guys. Let me continue, guys. Okay. I haven't done a boss in a while. So I'm going to use my 8. Thank you everybody for watching, man. This is great. I do a live stream, and you guys are really cool. So I'm gonna take a break soon because it's solo guitar, and I appreciate all the people watching right now on YouTube, all my live streamers. I think I gotta go live more often. So I'm gonna take a little break right now and come right back, and come back and watch this a little later again. Okay? Bye bye. I'm gonna go back live in about 10 minutes. Bye bye.
But at least I have a little gauge on it.
Hey everybody, TikTok as well, and I'm going live on TikTok. I'm going to do like a little session about chord melody, so I can go live, do some stuff on chord melody, and do some little subjects about different go over how you do chord melody, guys. And thank you everybody I'm actually transmitting to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. For all my fans on TikTok, I need to go live more often on TikTok as well. So I'm in tune right now. I'm using my 6-string guitar, and there's a couple of people right now on YouTube. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually this. I'm going to take questions sometimes, but I'm going to try to actually chord melody on a song I don't know. I have this song right here called, I don't even know this song. It's called A Fine Romance. You see that? And it's like a jazz standard melody on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the melody. So I'm a pretty good sight reader, and I practice it, as much as I can. And I'm actually going to play the melody one time through, and then I'm going to try to do chord melody on it. It's a ballad. So it sounds like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So that's the melody so far. That's the first 8 bars. One, two, three. I don't really know this song. I probably heard it. I was just playing that melody. What I did was I actually transposed this up. For guitar, it's a little too low to play chord melody. So I'm just sight reading this, okay? So what I did was I just played the melody. And if I played the melody where it's written, it would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you see up at the way it's written, but on the guitar it sounds low. So what I'll do is I'll just actually play this up an octave now, which I did earlier. So it's like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, etc. So that's basically the melody. But now, what I want to do is I want to do chord melodies. So the first chord is actually a C6. Okay, if you can see that on YouTube, it's kind of hard to see, and on TikTok, you see that there's a C6 chord. It's backwards for you guys, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually try to play this up an octave and play chord. What the note is in relationship to the chords. So the first note is actually E, and it's a C6 chord. So I'm gonna have to play this chord, and then it goes to C sharp diminished. So this is this chord. Then the B, I put a B on top of the D minor 6 chord. So it goes C6, then C sharp diminished 7, then D minor 6, sorry, and then D sharp 7, then A minor 7, and then D minor 7, then G7. So I'm just playing through this song like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a chord melody with it now. So it's like 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. A minor 7. 2, 3, 4. 8 bars is, just some basic chord melody stuff. If there's any questions, please send them to me, actually. Hey, everybody. Hey, Marcelo from Brazil. Your parents hate you, Storm? Okay. Good job. Nice guitar, if you can see this. Eastman. And I have like a Peterson tuner on this thing to keep myself in tune. It's a great strobe tuner. I'm an Eastman endorser, so I play this guitar. So this is my 6-string Eastman. It's actually an what do they call a T49G V guitar. Okay, it's like an ES175. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a thing about chord melody. So this is a song I really don't know. So what I'm doing is I'm sight reading, but I'm playing when I get to that C sharp diminished. I can do that chord. So I can go like this actually. Instead of playing that C sharp diminished with that weird chord like this, I can do it here. That's easier to do than here. So the melody goes. If I did here, then it goes to the C sharp diminished. That's easier to play. I can do it here. E, I gotta play E on top. Then A minor 7. I can play it that way. Then I could go. Then the next part goes like this. So if I'm going to play that, I'm going to play that up an octave higher like this. So the melody is written like this. If you look closely on the second ending, there are all these notes: C, B, C, etc. So to be able to play that chord melody, I have to play it up an octave, not the way it's written. So a lot of people, I know a lot of guitar players don't know how to read. So you know, if you want to be a professional musician these days, it's very important to know how to read notation and not only tabs. I use tabs as a guide, but tabs are only a guide. You should know the notes on the guitar if you're going to play, okay? It's very important. It's not a hard melody. It's all quarter notes and stuff like that and chord notes. I'm obviously sight reading, so I'm playing this up an octave. So that melody goes like this. And then I'm going to go. So I can do it that way. I can do all kinds of cool things with the melody. I can go. I can do it like the way to the G7. So that's the melody. The next part goes like this. 7, and then G flat, F7, G flat 7, F7, then E7, A7, that melody. That's what's written actually. So this is a fine on YouTube. Up on your own. Hey, someone says hi, Ron. Hi, how's it going? So I'm actually doing a chord melody on teaching how to do chord melody. So what I'm doing, when I do chord melody, I know what the note is against the chord. So if the C note is like the root, so that's against the C6, so that's just the C on top. Then on the C diminished, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 notes away from the bottom. Okay, and then you know, on the you have to really know your chord scale relationships when you're actually playing chord melody. Now let me answer a couple of questions here while I'm doing this on TikTok. I thank you guys for if there's any cool questions you want to ask me. Nice piece of strings on your lap. Thank you. Is there a reason why there are multiple fingerings for the same note, or is it just that's the way it is? So everybody, so if I'm playing a chord melody song and I'm going like this. Okay, now, you know how many ways I can play that? Watch it. See how many ways I just played that? That's the thing do well. I mean, just because I'm not no genius, I just practice. I still practice. I need to practice more, actually. Like everybody, you need to practice and really learn the neck and be able to find all the notes. They all repeat a million times on the guitar because the strings kind of are the same. You have to know how the strings are tuned. Here's an E, and there's another E, there's another E, there's another E, all the same note. Okay, a G. You have to be able to find the notes. Can't reach this one here. And etc. See all the notes I hit. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to you have to really know the notes on the guitar neck. Those are really easy notes I actually hit. So they actually repeat. So we talk about. So if I'm playing a C chord, people do the K system where you can go. Now the thing is, that looks easy, but it's not because. This is a really basic concept, but you have to be able to do this not only in the key of C, you have to do it in all keys. So right now I'm only in the key of C. So Victor. So the basically the key up the neck like a C chord and move it up to an F chord, for example, and you're kind of playing the K system like that. But K system is limited because you're gonna have to be able to play all the chords in the same key, all the notes and chords all over the fingerboard. So it's a lot of work to know the neck like that, okay? That's what I actually do. So let's get back to chord melody. And, guys, I appreciate you watching. And, if you're joining, make a little chat here. You could actually, I'm going to put something right here. Give a donation if you want to me at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, which is right here. If I can put this up correctly. I'm going to set this on a comment. Okay. So you can actually do that if you want. Everybody. I don't know how you make a comment on TikTok when I'm actually doing something. But anyway, let me see what's going on. Let me see. I'll give it a donation or more, or TikTok. So you can go to Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, all that stuff, and also on YouTube if you'd like. Okay, thank you. So let me see. That's all Ron Jackson Music, so on YouTube too. Okay, all those. So if for helping me out during the pandemic and stuff. So anyway, so let's continue. So I'm working on this song right now due to chord melody called "A Fine Romance." So there's so many ways to play the chords like this, okay, and the melody. So I'm going to harmonize this melody now as a chord melody. I've never done this before in the song, so I'm kind of doing it by sight. So it goes like this: 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that's me basically harmonizing the chord melody right now. And if you have any questions about how you do that, that's great. So right now I'm going to play the second ending, which is this. I'm going to sight read this. Okay. You can look up this song. I don't even know this song. But, taking my short mini lessons, okay? Those are actually from my TikTok. And thank you, TikTok, for following me. I just got to 25,000 on TikTok. Over 11,000 followers, and I got enough. Thank you, everybody. So this is the last 8 bars. So I'm sight reading this. This is kind of tricky. Nothing's easy to me. So I can play the last 8 bars of this. Goes like this. The melody goes like this. 2, 3, 4. So the chords, here's what the chords are to those last 8 bars. It's like this. C6, C7, then goes F major 7, then A7 with the E in the bass, D minor 7, D sharp diminished 7, D minor 6, G play like this. So that's the whole song, chord melody, A Fine Romance. Let me play the whole song as a chord melody. So this is a song I've never played chord melody or hardly ever played the song. I might have read through this one time. I'm going to play this through as a chord melody piece now. Okay, and I'll answer some of your questions after. Okay, I'll go through and answer them for you. So here's what we're going to chord melody that I just learned right now for you guys to play. Ready? Here, 4. Almost perfect. chord melody, and I'm doing it from sight. You know, it's not perfect, I don't think, the way I could play it better. I can go. I'm trying to. Okay, so I was just doing chord melody, and you know, I'm just actually, you know, just trying to show you how you guys can learn chord melody. Let me take a few questions now. Oh, love the online lessons, Ron. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jeff Brooks. And let me see. Let me say hi to some of my friends on TikTok. Do you have any tips on how to learn scales faster? Learn scales faster. Well, you have to kind of like use your scales, you know, as best you can on chords and learn the chord scales. That's what I would suggest. So, like I'm saying, let's say I'm playing a A flat 7 chord. You should know the scale for an A flat 7. It's an A flat dominant scale or mixolydian. So you just go. So it's actually a major scale. You should know your major scales first. All over the neck, every possible thing. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of doing like kind of too fast, but so what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that I know it a little bit. And what happens too is you bang. I'm actually doing basic. I know all my key signatures. You have to know, you have to know the staff. You have to know the keys you're in. So if I'm in the key of A flat, I know there's 4 flats. Now this takes a long time to learn because I learned this from memory. So I mean I know all my flats and sharps. So if I'm in the key of B, I know that's the most sharps. And you have to know the order of the sharps and flats, okay? So like so the order of sharps and flats in the, you know, is like I remember it's a formula. F, C sharp, G sharp, you know, A, you know, etc. When I have this formula and all the flats are beat, for example, those are shortcuts. But I know automatically when I'm reading the music how many sharps, you know, the key of B gets. That's the most sharps. Oh no, actually, no, I'm sorry. The key of B has 5 sharps. I'm sorry about that. The key of C sharp has the most sharps. I'm sorry. C sharp has the most sharps. Actually, I'm sorry about that. And then you know, so you have to memorize all that and be able to change all the keys. It's really it's all theoretical. I'm going to have time to say what the sharps and flats are. You just got to be able to play actually. So I'm not thinking about that when I'm actually playing. But if I'm reading, I have to think about it because I have to find the right notes if you're sight. Let me answer some questions here. So that's how you get better at scales and learn scales faster, actually. If there's any other questions, please send them to me. You know, I'm going live on TikTok too as well because I don't go live enough for you guys. Okay, someone's asking me, Ron, how does someone approach jazz chords when starting to learn jazz guitar? Well, you have to know all your basics, everybody, when you're playing chords. So I was just doing chord melody, but to do chord melody, you have to know all your chord shapes, okay? So there are 4 basic chord shapes, everybody. There's the major, the minor. So I'm going to do it here because it's a little easier. G, then the minor, diminished, and augmented. Okay, so that's C, E, G, C, E flat, G, C, E flat, G flat, and C, E, G sharp. So those chord shapes make up the foundation of all these altered chords and flat 9 chords and all that. You have to really know your basic triads, though, because they're stacked up on top of each other, actually, these triads in different chords. So you have to kind of be able to figure these out all over the neck. And I can change that note there. You have to be able to change major to minor really easy. See how I'm changing the major to minor? It depends on the neck and what key you're in. So I'm changing C major to C minor all over the neck like this. You have to know all your inversions as well. On major, for example, just all your inversions like this on same string. See how I'm doing that? I have exercises like this actually on my website, okay, everybody? If you go to www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I have lessons on my website, scales and everything. They're all written out in the right order. And, they're really cool. Oh, yeah, someone's asking for a request. Can you play I Remember Clifford? I don't know that by heart, but I could play a little bit. It's chord melody, because this is a chord melody. If I have it here, I think it's in this book. I hope so. I Remember Clifford. Maybe not. Someone's asking for I Remember April. It might not be in this book, unfortunately. Oh, yes, I do. So I'm going to play this for somebody a little bit. So, we're going to pull out my 7-string now, just for fun. Maybe take me a second to set up. So I'm going to pull out my 7-string guitar. So this is our impromptu session about chord melody. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm going to take out my 7-string guitar right now, which is this one. Let me unplug this for a second. Actually, let me plug this in. Take my 7. But I'm also transmitting on YouTube because, I have a lot of followers on YouTube. What's the word? I need to get longer videos, so I'm doing lives now. And, that's helping my viewership. And people love my live online practice sessions like this. And, checking out what I do. And I appreciate you guys for following me and being into what I'm doing. And, please do me a favor if you like what I'm doing. I have a new album out that came out about a year ago, and I have a new one coming out soon. Please pick one up. It's Ron Jackson Music Standards and Other Songs. It's a great record, and I'll be coming out with the record. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, right now on YouTube, etc. Yeah, Thank you, Lemmy Brezzi, for so much for your assurance. You're welcome. So I'm gonna do this. I Remember Clifford, and if you guys enjoy what I'm doing, please send me a donation at Ron Jackson Music on PayPal everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, everybody. That's okay. Just same as my page on YouTube. So let me play a little bit of I Remember Clifford. So let me make sure I'm in tune. So remember, it's important to be tuned. So let me do that real quick. Now, if you have any questions about the 7-string, let me know too. So I'm going to do a little bit of this song. actually, I remember Clifford. That's a great song. I'm going to turn the highs down on this a little bit. There's too many highs on this. I was checking that out. So that was a request, and thank you for asking that. I don't know who that. I couldn't read what they were saying, but thank you everybody for watching. What's the way? Now, someone's asking me, what's the fastest way? Are you looking at staff notes or tabs? So everybody, this is a question from Machine Daddy. Machine Daddy? No, I'm not. I'm reading notes. I don't. You know what? I know how to use tabs, but I'm a notation guy, and you should know how to read notation. Everybody, actually, on the guitar. But most people, you know, I'm not using tabs at all. I know Acoustic Guitar Magazine. You see this? I have a new article out, guys. You can check it out if you want. You're welcome, Machine Daddy. And look, so when I read an article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, since most guitar players can't read notes, I have to write tabs for you guys too. And I know, I mean, and, you know, it's actually helpful for certain things like calisthenics. It's about the harmonic and melodic minor. It's the latest issue of Acoustic Guitar if you want to pick it up. You know, it's a great, it's a great magazine. I've been working for them for like about 7-8 years now. This is, you see how the music is written out? The music is written out with tabs and notes. Now, I think the tabs are really important to be able to tell you how to play this. But I know how to read this. I can read it different ways. You know, if I'm reading, like I remember Clifford, I played this before. This is the song I just played for you guys. And I did chord melody. But I'm basically sight reading this. I have to kind of look at it if I have a request. And if I happen to have the music, I can read it and play from you and kind of do chord melody. It's kind of hard to do it perfect on the spot, but I try the best I can. So that's how you get your stuff together. You know, I'm a professional musician, so sometimes people ask me to do this on gigs, and I have to be able to do it. So, I mean, you should be able to do chord melody like that in general. I don't know how to read, but it takes a lot of time to do this. I used to practice 8 hours a day, and you know, it's not easy. So let me ask you some question here. Tabs aren't good for so someone's saying tabs aren't good for stuttering, but I feel like they give you more info on to be able to play tabs. If I put some music in front of you with tabs and you don't know what the song sounds like, it's just a bunch of notes that are written out. So that's the problem with tabs. With reading music, you don't even have to know what the song is. You could just read it. And, you know, if you're a good reader, you can play the song without the tabs. You know, the tabs don't tell you what the music, but if you have just pure tabs, there's no rhythms. And, if you don't know how to count rhythms, how are you going to play the song in time? So that's the problem with tabs. Tabs are cool, though, because, I mean, if I want to show somebody how to play something, I can write it out the way I want him to play it on the tabs, but they have to be able to hear it. Players are the worst readers. You know, I have this joke on TikTok and on put some music in front of them. That's how from playing, excuse me. So, you know, that's the problem. You gotta have your stuff together when you're reading on the guitar. And, you know, it's hard. I mean, I'm a good reader, and I still think it's hard. You know, I have to practice this stuff all the time. So let me see. There's a lot of questions here. So let me see. Came from TikTok. Hey, okay, Carmen. What's the fastest way to learn arpeggios for jazz soloing? So you know what? Okay, someone's asking me about jazz soloing arpeggios. So let me do something here. So you should be able to arpeggiate any kind of progression, any kind of chord. So when I was doing this song, I remember Clifford, you know, has all kinds of arpeggio things like this: E flat major 7, G7. So if I'm playing through this, you should be able to arpeggiate major triads. So I'm doing a 7 major triad. To be able to do that. Those are basic things you have to know about soloing. So I'm doing a major 7. And I mean, now, if I'm going through a song, I should be able to arpeggiate every chord. So the first chord is E flat major 7, G7, A flat major 7, A diminished, B dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished. Now C minor, and then it goes to A minor 7 flat 5. Now I'm doing it in 1 octave. But you should be able to play it everywhere like this. So it's not easy to be able just to do the arpeggio. I'm just doing like the basic arpeggio, arpeggio, seventh chords. I'm just arpeggio, okay? And the seventh arpeggio is exactly the way the chord is written. Okay, well, I remember Clifford. So if you find that in like a real book or one of these stolen real books you have on the computer, you learn. Hey, random user. Random user says, I'm pure class. Thank you. I need to go to. Please, definitely, please send me a donation of $1 or more if you can afford it at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App if you can. Ron Jackson Music, I ring you out. I appreciate the donation. Follow me here, Ron Jackson Music on YouTube. It's everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I can't think of anything else. So let me see. Let me look at some of the other questions here. How do you understand and memorize the modes? Practice, guys. You have to be able to use the modes. If I'm playing through a song, like I'm playing through this song right now, I know that this is E flat major. E flat major 7 takes an Ionian mode or the major scale. Then when it goes to G7, diminish. Well, I'm playing through those chords I played earlier, just a few minutes ago, playing the scales through them now. You have to be able to play through the scales. So what I'm doing is I'm playing through these chords right now as scales too as well. So I mean, you know what? Some of these scales I wouldn't use really when I'm soloing. So, but you have to be able to know the scale, the basic scale. I use a lot of different scales on chords in general because I'm a jazz musician. So we reharmonize a lot. So we're actually putting extra scales in there that are more interesting than what are written. Like if I play over like a G7, this is a G7 flat, a sharp 5. So I'll play like what you call an altered scale. Leading, then diminish. So what I'm doing is I'm just basically playing. I'm just running up the scales. I'm not playing anything fancy. It sounds like I'm playing some fast stuff. I am, but I'm just running through them so I could get through the scale. But when I'm soloing, I'll use different patterns. So my solo. So I'm just basically playing lines through the chords now. As a solo, as a jazz musician, we don't really play scales. You learn scales in the beginning to be able to get through the changes and arpeggios, but you actually learn how to play lines. Now, lines are the language of jazz. In jazz, you learn lines. So let me see. How do you learn advanced jazz? Do you need theory or do you need to become a successful musician? Hey, Monty. That's from Divine on Crack. The best way to learn jazz is learn tunes, everybody. So you have to learn solos from the greats, if you're a guitarist to John Scofield, whoever, and learn the theory and the harmony and the chords. But the language is actually in the music itself, so you have to learn tunes. Okay, so that's why I've been doing this for a long time. So that's what it really takes, and you got to play with people, and you got to jam with people to get to. It's all trial and error too when you're taking solos. So it's very important to get all this stuff together. It takes a long time to get this together. So let me see. Do you need any simple jazz songs? Yeah. So you know what, guys? There's some of these questions are already are videos that are posted. Someone's asking me, Divine on Crack, is you need simple jazz songs that sound great? Yeah. Yeah. So you just learn the basic jazz songs first. I have some videos already on YouTube and on TikTok about what songs to learn, basic ones. I mean, I do like 5 at a time, but everybody's saying, but I'll do these other songs. Sure. I only have 1 minute to put a short. So, but there's like tons of songs that are standards. You should learn the basic, simple ones first. Then eventually you add your repertoire. Let me see some of these questions here. Arpeggios. This makes my brain seriously hurt. Yes, everybody, my brain hurts right now. Lots of luck. I ain't good enough for all this. Everybody, you can be good enough if you can practice. Remember, I teach too. I forgot to tell you guys, since I'm doing a live and I have to advertise myself. I have a Patreon account where you can get these lessons like this for $3 and up at patreon.com/RonJackson. I have to tell you. So if you want to study with me, you can contact me. You can find me everywhere. Go to my link tree that I have on YouTube. If you go to my Patreon, I have a lot of these lessons up there too. And you need to study with somebody because, it's hard for free lessons. But free lessons only take you so far because I have a lot of students who go on YouTube and TikTok on my pages, and they end up studying with me because they can't do it by themselves because, they don't know what they're doing. It's hard to judge yourself. I take lessons. I'm taking lessons right now, just so you know. I'm taking lessons with a drummer because I have to work on my rhythm. So I take lessons with this drummer who's actually a great drummer. He has a great TikTok page. He got 1 million views on one of his videos actually recently, over 1 million. And it's called the Drummer's Almanac. He's Jay Finishow. He's a great drummer, and he has a lot of. And, you need to study. I've studied with a lot of great guitar players: Pat Martino, Ted Dunbar, Bucky Pizzarelli. That's why I play 7-string guitar. I've hung out with George Benson. He showed me a lot of stuff about. You can't just do this by yourself. It doesn't help. So let me see. Thank you, Sam. I'm glad I'm inspired by you. So everybody, I'm going to be ending soon because I've been up for about an hour, I think now. 47 minutes. So please follow me. I went over chord melody with you, and it's good to explain these things to you. Watching me, and again, please share these videos to everybody. Please share my page. Please follow me everywhere. There's a playback. I don't know if I can put a playback on TikTok for my lives. They don't let you do that, but you can watch the same thing, everybody, on TikTok, on YouTube at Ron Jackson Music. When we went over today, you can watch that back. And I'm trying to put more views on YouTube because I need more hours for my YouTube channel. And they don't let you do it with short form videos on YouTube. Just so you guys know that if you're trying to develop your YouTube channel, you need to do a lot of things. Hold on. Let me answer a couple more questions because I got to eat dinner soon and it's late in New York here. So what was I going to say? Okay. It's Beatrice. Oh, that's amazing. I haven't seen those guys in years. You know what, guys? Let's keep in touch. Send me a message or something. There's some people I haven't seen in years. They're watching me right now live on YouTube. There's some more messages here. I'm trying to get everybody, trying to spread the love here. So everybody, I'm going to be leaving in a second. I might play you one more song. And then, again, if you enjoy what I'm doing, please donate $1 or more here to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. If you'd like to donate $1 or more and you learned a lot today, okay. And I appreciate you guys, to support me during these rough times, if I answered your questions. Someone just said, I don't like tabs or sheet music. I'm like learning and I do tabs, but I also, of course, I know how to learn things by ear. So I'm good at writing things down and playing them back, all kinds of stuff. You have to have all those skills if you want to play guitar or any instrument. You should have to be able to have good ears. You have to be able to read and look at music. So I know how to do all that stuff. And that's how I started playing guitar. I started doing things by ear as a kid, and learning songs. So you have to actually do that to be a good musician. You have to have all those skills to be a professional musician. So sometimes I used to be in this band in New York. I'd go up, we do all these fancy arrangements, and the guy would there was no music. He would just count the song off, 1, 2, and there was no music. I had to learn this. I had to just find the notes and play through the whole gig. And I was at the Cotton Club in New York. It was a gospel brunch, and I had to learn all these tunes with no sheet music. Complicated tunes, it was just weird. But, so I'm used to doing that. So you have to be able to have all those skills. Let me play you one more song before I get off. And thank you very much. I'm going to do another live session soon. Yeah. Thank you, everybody else. Some more comments here before I get out. And oh wow, there's so many questions I can't answer them. But you know, I see you use hybrid picking. Yeah, I use hybrid picking, everybody. Hybrid picking and all kinds of picking styles next time. But this was mostly about chord melody. All styles of picking: finger picking, hybrid picking, economy picking, alternate picking. I do all the picking. Finger picking and finger licking good at Kentucky Fried Chicken. So you know, thank you everybody for watching. So keep in touch. You know, again, I'll put my website on the comments. There's sheet music there and all kinds of stuff. It's Ron Jackson Music, everybody. Okay, and just so you know, and if you enjoyed this, you could I'll put this up right now too, and it's Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, you know, just direct message me. You can find me on YouTube. On my link tree is Ron Jackson Music. You know, and if you want to take lessons or you have any questions or anything, you know, buy my CDs or whatever, it's all there. You can find it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Please keep in touch. You know, join my mailing list on my website, whatever. And you know, thank you guys for watching, and you can watch the playback after this. I'll talk to you guys soon, okay? I'm going to end the videos right now on TikTok. I'm ending the video now, and I'm ending now on YouTube. Thanks. So I'm going to be streaming to 2 different platforms. Let's see how it looks. Ooh, I don't look too bad. Hey everybody on YouTube, it's Ron Jackson. What's going on? And I'm going to make sure I'm muted here so I can take questions. And I'm going to go live as well on Instagram. Let me put this on. Yes. So, how's everybody doing? I'm just, live right now, and just gonna play some tune and take some questions. And it's great for me to go live, so I can get some engagement with my fans and things like that. I want to just make sure everything is adjusted correctly. If you have any questions or anything, hey Matt, it's good to see you, man. I'm doing good. I'm gonna play a little bit for you guys. I've been studying myself, and I'm really inspired. Took a lesson with a great Mike Stern on guitar last Sunday. I'm gonna be taking more lessons. Come in. And so if there's any questions, send them to me or any requests. Good to hear from you, Matt. And I'm gonna go live right now on Instagram as well. I'm gonna play a song for now to get started. Let me go live on Instagram too, because I don't want to leave them out. So let me do a song right now because it could happen to you. Welcome everybody. Oh, on YouTube and some top of all time. Oh man, I can't decide that. What's your biggest influence in playing jazz? I play psychedelic pop garage band. That's from Matt. And my favorite jazz musician is Chet Baker. Man, I have so many favorite jazz musicians I can't keep up with them actually. You know, some of my favorites are Miles Davis, Freddie Hubbard, guitarists like George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Pat Metheny, Mike Stern's one of my favorite too. And there's a lot of guitars, you know, that I like. All the greats, you know. So let me just see what's going on here. I'm just trying to see what Herb Apple's a great trumpet player. Yeah, he's great. He has a jazz club out in California too, I heard. So tape wound strings. Yeah, this is a tape wound string guitar here. So thank you for watching, and thank you, LH. Gotta love some Wes Montgomery. Yeah. LH says that. Let me see what's going on here on the Instagrams. I'm also broadcasting to you guys. And I just want to let you guys know on Instagram. Thank you for watching, everybody. Just to let you know, Instagram, that Instagram wants me to let you know that that you can buy a badge from me to help support my channel. And they're encouraging me to do that. So on YouTube, but you don't need it for YouTube. So if you'd like to donate a badge or more to me, you know, to help support me and my channel, just you know, buy a badge off your Instagram page, you know, for 1 or 2 or 3 hearts, and that'll be great. Okay, I'd like to thank everybody who attended my jazz improv workshop this past weekend, YouTube and on Instagram, and it came out to be a great turnout. And you know, any requests or anything, let me know. How many strings does that have? It has, so Yazze 1. This has 7 strings on it, so you know. Oh, Charleston. Ymir's talking about Charleston, huh? Thank you. Ymir's one of my students. He mentioned that. So yeah, my guitar has 7 strings. Yazze 1. And let me see me wave some people now on Instagram and say hi to those guys. And thank you for watching Instagram. Let me see who else is. If there's any other questions. If you want to send me a question too on Instagram, let me know. So I'm just waving to some people here. Thank you for watching. Who's ever watching? I know it's a funny afternoon. So someone on Instagram said, it's nice that he varies allures. Yes, I'm doing hybrid picking, everybody. I know how to do a little bit of everything on the guitar. Hybrid picking, finger picking. It just depends what context I'm playing. When I'm playing jazz, I usually do hybrid picking. Is this hybrid picking just getting into the guitar? Yeah. So hybrid picking, I'm gonna do some examples for you right now. Someone's asking about that on Instagram. So hybrid picking is a combination of picking and using your fingers, holding a pick with your hand. So let me show you right now. I'm just waving to some people right now on Instagram, and then when I get to it right now. So here we go. So here's hybrid picking. Well, a lot of people are watching on Instagram. Watch this. So when I'm actually walking a bass line, everybody, watch this. I'm actually, let's say I was playing, it could happen to you, which I was playing a minute ago. So when I'm walking the bass line, I'm using my pick. So I'm using my first, well, I'm actually using my second and third fingers on my picking hand. You know, the middle finger and the ring finger, they call it, the little finger. Now, I can do the same thing with just the pick if I want to. I can do it with my pick too. It's just a little harder to actually execute, to try to just execute my lines and my chords when I'm playing like that. So if I'm taking a solo, like I'm doing, so I'll start walking the bass lines or something like that. I'll start throwing in like my pick and my fingers. Also, what's happening is, since my guitar guitar is a big body guitar, I actually have to mute the strings a little bit with my both hands actually, with my picking hand and my fretting hand. I have to go. I'm kind of muting this. It just sounds a little muted actually because I'm trying to mute the string. See, I'm doing hybrid picking now. Like I'll walk the bass line and go like this. So I'm using a tapping, and I'll do all kinds of percussive things that I used to practice. Now comes out naturally in my playing. So yeah, those are some cool things. Let me see. Some people are asking questions here on YouTube now. Hey, so Zoris, well, what a name. Hello, my Mr. Jackson. I cannot play over more difficult changes. How can I improve? Please help me. So Zoris, to be able to play over more difficult, work out your lines over these changes. So you just got to do trial and error and try to figure out the chord scale, the arpeggio, any way you can get through this. Okay? I bet you, man, if you knows how to play an Oscar Peterson tune. Well, Oscar Peterson. Thank you, Eric. Oscar Peterson did. It's hard to bend. I heard they are. No, that's not true. I have flat one strings here. So Matt's goalkeeping. That's an interesting name. I can bend these strings. These are 14s, everybody, so you know. And I actually bend these strings. Now my action's pretty high too, so I can bend these strings. So I'm bending these strings. You know what the problem is when you bend the strings on these kind of guitars, you have to now I have to tune the thing. So they get a little out of tune quickly, but that's on top strings. But yeah, you can bend the flat wounds. So what's the best way to learn different chord positions of the same chord around the fingerboard? What's the best way to learn different chord positions of the same chord on the fingerboard? So you should learn all your cage chord system chord. I'm on my 7-string guitar, so it can be kind of tricky to show you. Let me go on my 6-string guitar. So that's my Eastman 7 AR C10 S7 string, but I'm going to get my D'Angelico XL1 out for you guys. So if I'm playing this guitar, it takes, when I switch from 6 to 7 string, it can be tricky because I think there's a 7 string here, but you got to learn all your chords like this. So you got to learn like a C chord. You got to know, every student, there's some students who learn how to play guitar with me, jazz guitar, and they don't know their open strings. So you got to know all your open string chords, everybody. And you get them from playing a C chord like this. These all come from your open string chords, everybody. Then like this. And then the C form like this on the 8th position, which is like your open E. And then this form, cage form, which is actually your, looks like a D chord on this fret. And then this form, which is like the C chord open. So once you know all these forms, you have to make them into minor, change them. See what I did? I made a minor, major, minor. I'm only doing 3-note voicings basically. And then you can do diminish. Now it gets a little tricky here. So you're going to go. Now you can't really do diminish here, so I'm going to have to do it here. Now like this. See that? I'm making these diminish now. So you have to be able to practice your chords like that, also augmented. See what I'm doing? And here. Etc. Be able to do all your chords as augmented chords. So those are the three basic. You get all your fancy chords with all these different augmented, diminished, and major triads, okay, and minor triads, okay. So that's how you get into chords. Let me see if there's any questions here now on Instagram. And thank everybody for watching. I just want to make a few announcements, everybody. It's my birthday coming up, so I want to let you guys know on my website, RyanJacksonMusic.com, you can get my you can get everything 25% off of my web and save 20% on everything. My book, this is right? Yep, my book, everything, you know. So this is what it looks like. Go to my website to celebrate my birthday this week, and you use code. Can you pass me that yellow envelope out there, please? And you can use code HBD, and there you can get my stuff off 20% off my website. That big one out there. Yeah. Thank you. So look, and here's my book. If you can get my book there as well. Chords at Your Fingertips. I've been selling a lot of these books on Instagram. I'm seeing there's a problem on my Instagram with a signal. So I don't know what's causing it. Sorry, guys. So anyway, let me go back to playing a little bit, everybody, and answer your questions. Okay, hold on. Rick Mack. I mean, you know, blues and stuff like that. A lot of people do songs like you know, like talk on Instagram and on YouTube about easy tunes to learn on guitar. You know, so you can learn things like minor swing by Django Reinhardt. Blues like blues in B flat like Sunny Moon for Two. So that's called Sunny Moon for Two in blues in B flat. Okay, in you know by Sonny Rollins. So I mean that's another tune. Any kind of jazz blues, C jam blues, anything like that. Another song that they say is easy, but it's not really easy. I don't think it's Killer Joe. I mean, those are some easy jazz songs. You can look it up on the internet. Just look up. Let me see. Yeah, I think the K system is the best for note memorizing. Good. Thank you, Zoris. I have a question, Master. Thank you. How should I study block chord patterns? Okay, for block chords, everybody, you should really know all your inversions of the block chords. In the magazine I write for called Acoustic Guitar, we call them closed voicings, basically. And those are the easiest ones to play on the guitar, like a form that comes from the Cage system. Like let's say a C major 7 like this. So you should be able to know all your inversions first of all your chords up and down the neck like this. All three adjacent strings like this. Okay, etc. You understand? And then minor if you have to. See, etc. Okay, etc. And your augmented, of course, and everything. And then you should know your block chords like this. So, like you have to do it on adjacent strings too. Watch this. See what I'm doing? And then you can do it as you could do C major 7 and then C minor 7. So I'm doing it on the first 4 strings, but you have to be able to do it on other drop kind of voicings eventually. So those are the things you have to work on with your drop 2s and diminished and everything else. Let me see if there's any questions on Instagram because I'm also trying not to avoid people on Instagram here. I'm having a poor connection on Instagram. I don't know what's going on. I think it's my phone because it's a 5G phone or something. No. It's not that. Oh, maybe it's the Wi-Fi. Anyway, so let me ask some more questions to answer some more questions. So Zoris, you're thinking about what? Playing the guitar. Oh, Aiden. Zoris, I'm thinking more playing like a chord in multiple ways without having to count out every string. So everybody, oh, the Charleston rhythm. Okay, you may have had a joke with Charleston rhythm. So hey, everybody, the best thing to do when you're memorizing chords on the guitar or anything on your instruments, but particularly the guitar, is just see the pattern. And of course, you should know the notes and the intervals. You should be able to say them out loud. But when you're playing, you're actually just it's all play. Just play as best you can. Everything, and in practice it and work it out when you're actually, etc. You just got to go execute just like that. And so, just practice. So, let me see. So you don't have to count every string, and you should be able to do it, but you should be able to do it slowly, and then be able to play it fast. It's kind of hard. It's just a lot of repetition and motor skills like that. Let me see. Someone has some question here. A little believe. Yes, I have hybrid pick. Okay, someone said hybrid picking. So I like to use hybrid picking and all kinds of stuff actually when I'm right here. Nope. So far, there's a lot of people who are watching though. So let me look here. So on Instagram. So just so you guys know, I make these announcements all the time. Just so you know, if you like a nice close shave, like I have, and you have this kind of hairstyle, I'm a skull shaver influencer. So I have to make an announcement. I have a new code that you can save 10% on skullshaver.com. It's kind of funny. I have to do this. Use my code Ron Guitar, and you save 10% off anything there for women and men's razors and products. Okay. Use the code Ron Guitar. Excuse me, at skullshaver.com. Ron Guitar. YouTube followers. My code expires, but I'm also gonna announce my Henriksen. Oh yes, back on YouTube. Really? Let me see. Is this okay now? Oh, that's okay now. Sorry about that, YouTube. It's weird. It's backwards on YouTube, but it should be this on YouTube. You've been playing now. Chris has a question. Hey Ron, I've been playing guitar for 2.5 years, and my ultimate goal is to be able to be a great improviser. To work on eventually get there. Well, first you have to practice a lot. You should transcribe solos. You should learn solos, of course, too. You have to learn tunes. I would get a good teacher to help you. I've been studying myself recently. I started studying with a drummer, and I took a lesson with him, and he showed me a lot of good stuff. And I've had a lot of great teachers over the years: Pat Martino, Bucky Pizzarelli, Rodney Jones. So you have to study with teachers. They'll tell you what to work on. They'll see what you need to work on. You can't see these things. You can't see these things by just like by practicing by yourself with on YouTube. Looking at me talk to you about this stuff. You need to get a teacher. Actually, what's happening there is right now is like I have a student, that wants to study with me, and he just said, well, I can't do this, man, by myself. I'm going to take a lesson with you. So he's going to start taking a lesson with me once a week. So if you want to take lessons, let me know. Okay. But then, you really need some people to guide you when you're practicing, when you're playing. There's a lot. I don't practice as much as I like to, but I need to practice. That's how you get better. Okay. All right. Please remember to give Mr. Jackson a thumbs up. For his birthday. Thank you. Yeah, go to my website. The best birthday present, everybody, is to go to my website and get one of my books or CDs that I have. Use my code, and you save money. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can pick up my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you can go buy my CDs. I have like about 8 out, but not all of them on my website. Okay. I'm gonna be doing a tour next year already in the Midwest and the West Coast that I'm working on right now. So you can see me there. You can see what's going on my website. So just go there. You can pick up my book CDs. I have more book CDs and books and stuff there. Picks, all kinds of stuff. Use code HBD to save 20% on my website. Okay, now let me keep talking. Before we keep talking here, let me play something here. Someone's talking about Barry Harris. Jungle is good, yeah. Have you ever? I never owned a Howard Roberts guitar. Now, someone's talking about the minor, the Barry Harris diminished to minor six. Okay, so that diminished six to minor six progression comes from the melodic minor scale, the jazz melodic minor scale. What we call it, the minor bebop scale, goes like this. About this already, a whole lesson. So go back and look at it. Ogazhan, because there's a whole video about it. So I don't want to explain it in this live stream when I have a whole video about it. But it's basically taking the minor bebop scale, which is actually a major. Now you have to practice that everywhere too. That's a major scale with a passing tone between the 5 and 6. That's the 5, which is tension, passing tone. So what I'm doing is triads with that. So it starts off with a C minor 6 chord, and then go first inversion, then F diminished, okay, and then C minor 6, second inversion, and then A flat diminished, then C minor 6. Oh, sorry. And then third inversion. Hard to say and play, but I can play it. Oh, sorry. So then you have to be able to do all the adjacent strings. So that's actually the melodic minor bebop scale, or the jazz minor bebop scale they call it. They go in minor, okay? And the melodic minor in jazz, the 7th and 6th are raised. In jazz, it's easier actually to keep them raised. So that's how you practice this. So you have to be able to play them on all the adjacent strings. So for example, if I'm playing on the 6th string, it's much harder. Think about this. Wow. So I just did the melodic minor bebop scale harmonized in chords. Okay, you can do it in triads too. This is hard now. Oh. Now think about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Getting lost here. So, yeah, so that's really tricky. So when you practice this, you got to learn how to do this in different ways. So, I'm going to be ending in a minute, actually, everybody, because I answer a lot of questions to get going. But thank you for watching. So you got to learn how to play all these progressions and all these practice these things. I need to practice these things still, But when I'm playing, I'm just playing. When I'm practicing things I don't know or need to review. So again, everybody, if you enjoyed the show on Instagram, please send me a badge. If you can read this, okay. One badge, they give me, you can get donates $1 or $2, $3 is $5 on Instagram, okay. And if you enjoyed this on YouTube at Ron Jackson Music, okay. And everybody, if you're enjoying this, if you just go to my website, okay, and you can you can save 20% on my website. Just go to use my code HBD and save 20% on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Someone has a request for let me see something here. Let me go down here. Do meditation by Joe Beam. Oh, okay. You know, and if you want to donate, you know, for anything that I've done today, please go to my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music, and you donate there. Okay, so let me show you something right now. Someone said play medication. I'll play a little. Yeah, yay! So that was called Meditation for Rocky Shane, and thank everybody for watching. And you know, and I hope to see you guys here soon. Let me say bye to everybody here. There's a lot of people that joined, and let me see. And hey man, thanks Richard. I mean, you know, I didn't play stuff perfectly, but you know what? When you're taking lessons with even some master guitar players and everybody, it's hard to execute this stuff just like that. You got to practice, you know, and it's like, you know, and I'm actually talking and, you know, live, and it's actually hard. I really appreciate you guys because, you know, this is really hard to do. Imagine you talking on live to everybody on YouTube, who's ever watching you, on Instagram, both places I'm doing that. And then they're asking you a question, you have to be able to play this stuff. And it's not easy to play this stuff because I play with, you know, I take lessons from masters, and it's hard to execute this stuff, especially when you're on camera live, you know. And I can't see this too well. Yeah. So what's happening is, you know, I have to really be, you know, I have to be really on it, and it's still not easy. I'm trying to talk and play and explain things to you guys. So I really appreciate all your patience, and please follow me everywhere. Please tell your friends to follow me. I appreciate it. Watch my videos. A lot of these videos, there's a lot of lessons on my YouTube channel, and you can learn this stuff already, okay? And so I'll be doing some more videos soon and posting them. And also join my Patreon. Let me make a few announcements because I have a bunch of announcements. So you can join my Patreon too if you enjoy that. It's only $3 a month for like one lesson a month. And I post at least once a week. Recently I've been getting busy, so I've been posting once a week and putting posts up in general. So go watch my, you know, go to my Patreon and join for $3 a month. Pretty expensive, where you get real mentorship, you know. And there's some people who want to study like that. So, you know, join my Patreon. You know, there's some other things. I use a little amp called the Henriksen amp. If you want to save 5% on this amp, they're kind of expensive, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson at henriksenamps.com, okay? And save 5%. And use my code Ron Jackson. Share that code with everybody, because it's a permanent code. I've sold a lot of amps for them recently using this code. So please, you know, share it and use it yourself. You can get anything on their website. They make the best small guitar amps, man. And you know, and they're really powerful, and you could actually use them on gigs, and you know, even with a band, and it sounds loud if you can't carry a huge amp with you. So I'll see you guys very soon, okay? And thanks a lot. I want to say bye-bye, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everybody. Instagram, YouTube again. So sorry about that, guys. And I'm not talking to you guys right now. I'm going to go live right now. Improvisational tips. Okay. There's a lot of questions here. So, and hopefully you guys can hear me. I hope so. Let me know. Send me a message on YouTube. So let me answer a few questions. What's a good theory book? So a good theory book is the book by Mark Levine called the Jazz Theory book. I've been using that book for a long time. I still use that book. Used for jazz theory. So that was from Procchino. Okay. And let me see. Let me wait for some people here. And I'd like to thank you guys for 1,000 followers. TikTok, I haven't posted in a couple of days because I've been burnt out from the social media stuff, just so you know. And it's a little crazy. So hopefully people on YouTube can see me now. Let me answer a couple more questions, and I'm going to play something. What's your favorite riff? Oh, man, I have so many favorite riffs. That's Sports Short on TikTok. So, I mean, I like these 2/5 licks, things like that. So what I'm doing is I'm basically doing bebop licks and jazz licks. Okay. And what I'm doing is a 2/5. Someone question, can you circle the fifths and diminished chords and call it jazz? Sure. Someone who asked that question? Ethan, I think. Yeah. Yes, you can, I guess. Okay. That's a funny question. In here, let me ask a question. So I like to use these licks. You know, I have all kinds of licks. I love diminished licks too. So I mean, I was actually practicing today for once because usually I don't practice because I'm always doing too many other things except practicing. So I'm glad to be showing you some licks today. So I like to use diminished licks. So I'm on my 7-string guitar, guys and girls. So let me see if I can move back a little bit so that people can see me better on these cameras that I'm using on YouTube and stuff, and on TikTok. So I'm going to go like this. Like a diminished lick I like to use is, let's say I play over. I like to use diminished licks. See what I'm trying to position myself properly. I don't want to play too loud. So that's a great set. Okay, so I like using that lick. That's a diminished lick I like to use. That's one of my favorite riffs. Also, I like to do the diminished patterns like. So these are also. So now that's strictly on the 7-string. I have to do this stretch. See, I have to do these weird stretches on the 7-string because I have a low A. Okay, so those are actually cool things you can actually do on the 7-string for diminished licks. Just so you can actually Instagram saying, tell my viewers about my badges. So a badge is actually, so you guys know they're watching. If you like what I'm doing, you can actually donate. With me 99 cents. 2 hearts pays $1.99, and 3 hearts pays $4.99. So so if you like what I'm doing, you know, please donate to my badges. It's a new thing on Instagram. And also, I have my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App up there at Ron Jackson Music. If you want to donate to that, so thank you. You know, if you want to donate to badges. So let me see. I have a bunch of messages now on TikTok. So someone's asking me, what strings do I use? I use all kinds of strings, but on this guitar, I'm using these jazz tapes. Okay. People always freak out when I tell them that. So these are 14 to 79. 14 to 79, okay? Those are the jazz tapes I use. So that's a great question. So that's a good answer. I have a bunch of different strings. It depends on the guitar I'm playing. But on this guitar, I'm playing that. I'm going to answer a question now on you. Question. I don't know. The major scale is an important one. First. What's this? I like that scale. See, I like using it. So that's an easy scale to play, actually, because it's symmetrical every 2 frets. You do cool licks like that with the whole tone pattern. So that's a cool scale. And of course, I like diminished. I told you guys that earlier. That's a diminished pattern. Okay, so I'm using diminished right now, and whole tone. Let me see. Playing ornithology by TikTok. I just wrote on my title. If you want to, I have a PayPal and Venmo link if you want to donate it at Ron Jackson Music. Just so you know, okay. Okay, so that's ornithology a little bit. I might play something for you guys like that. Let me see. People are asking me these funny questions here. Someone's asking me what kind of pickup is on this guitar. So this guitar right here, endorse these guys. Seymour Duncan is actually a good friend of mine. So these are a couple $100. This is a 7-string guitar pickup. Okay, made for they make it for Benedetto guitars. Actually, I want to get one of those things, a 7-string one of these days. But this is an Eastman. So this is a Benedetto Seymour Duncan pickup. So I'm a Seymour Duncan user. So most of my guitars have Seymour Duncan pickups on them, and they're really great pickups. Okay. So let me answer another question. Ask about diminished 6th scale. Okay, I have an exercise about this. So when you're playing a lot of minor tunes in jazz, let's say you're playing G minor. Now you go up the scale as a minor bebop scale. So I'm playing the diminished, what he called the diminished 6th scale, but I actually call it the minor bebop scale, which is the melodic minor with a passing tone between the 6th, 5th, and 6th. Okay, you put the passing tone between there. Now, if you play this in triads going up, you would actually go like this. So that's the diminished, well, you call it diminished 6th scale, but this is actually the minor bebop. You get a, let's say, you get a minor 6, diminished, minor 6, diminished, all inversions, minor 6, diminished. And one song I was working today was this song called Bebop by Dizzy Gillespie. Okay, so that song uses the minor bebop scale. It goes to the diminished. I mean, not all the, some parts it just goes to the B flat there. Bebop scale, the minor diminished, the diminished 6 scale he was calling. Okay, let me see. Let me ask a question now on TikTok. Flat wound mostly. So I use flat wound and round wound strings just so you know, because it depends on the guitar I'm playing. If I'm playing an acoustic guitar, strings, okay, these are Tomastics, and I use these have actually some flat wound parts to it, but you know I love round wound strings on my acoustic guitar, so I use these a lot. Okay, so that's something I like to use. Okay. Also, yeah. So on YouTube. So I use these too. I use these on my solid body a couple years ago. The Elixir string, like single contest. It was a vinyl contest actually. Actually, I got to put those on my website. I got to get rid of those vinyls. So those are like collector's items. I forgot. I gotta talk to my the person that helps me manage my site to put those up. I forgot about those. So that's why I use Elixir strings. Also, guys, you know, if you like what I'm doing, I actually have a. I want to try to show you this if I can find this thing. I have a Patreon site, you know, and here it is. I think it's backwards, but here I have a Patreon site on Instagram. If you want to join my Patreon, okay, and it's that site right here, okay. Okay, so this is my Patreon site, and if you want to join my Patreon, please. You may ask me on YouTube how many guitars I own. I own about 15 at least that I could think of. 15 guitars, different styles, different, you know, like classical, solid bodies. Okay, so let me see something here. Let me ask a question on YouTube. Hi, love from Brazil. What kind of pickups on that guitar? Okay, that's a great question. Let me see. I'm on Instagram right now. Let me see. No, there's no questions here, so I'm gonna go to TikTok right now. What's the difference between jazz strings and regular strings? Well, I mean, you can play jazz. Okay, I'll give you actually these strings. You call them. If you look at these carefully, these are jazz bebop. I'm on 3 different platforms, everybody. So, so I'm just showing everybody the strings. So these are Tomastics. They're really great strings. And this guitar, my smaller 6-string, okay, it's more like an ES 175. And so these are flat wound, but the reason why we use flat wounds, the reason why I use flat wounds is because I'm using the George Benson. This is a George Benson string. Okay, these are flat wound. Okay, and when I use these strings, I pick at an angle like this. These are flat wounds too. Okay, so when I pick at an angle, if you have a round wound string, this string is round wound. My 7th string. So if you listen carefully, you hear the scraping. Now, if I hit straight, you don't hear that. So on this guitar, I have to adjust my picking when I get to the 7th string, not to sound. You know, see here, you hear that scratchy sound there? It's because it's round wound. But that's a great sound. I think it sounds amazing on acoustic guitar. But if you play with an angle like this on acoustic guitar, you're gonna have scratchy sound, which you don't want. So you have to be able to adjust your picking accordingly. So I should do a video about it. So when I'm doing picking, tend to pick an angle like this. Now I have to go straight because you hear that if you don't do that. You hear that different? Okay, let me answer a question on YouTube. Have you worked with underground hip hop artists sampling and hip hop? Not really. I mean, I like to do more of that. I've hip hop. I've met some people like that. So, any tips for improvisation? So, if someone's asking me if there's any tips for improvisation, you know, learn tunes and transcribe, and learn licks and learn solos from people. That's how you learn the language. And get a good teacher. I teach, for example, and teacher, and they'll help guide you what to practice. You know, I've had a bunch of teachers over the years, and that always helps. Okay, let me see. Let me see these questions. I'm see. How do you get a sound of the whammy bar without having a whammy bar? Oh, there's an effect like that, but you know what? The only way you can do that is by detuning your strings. You know, and then putting them back up. You can go. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that as a guitar. You tune it. Use your strings as a whammy. Okay. Have you played with any famous Canadian musicians? I know a couple Canadian musicians, a bunch of them, but I don't know about famous ones. I'm looking for 7-string elixirs for my acoustic. Yes. So someone's asked me if I play 7-string acoustic. Let me get my 7-string acoustic out. One right over here. I have this one. I don't think I can plug it in. That's the problem. Let me show you. So I have a 7-string acoustic right here. This is a steel string. Now this guitar has round wound strings on it. Look. See that? So this is a 7 string. The funny thing is, I never found strings for this thing. So okay, so this is a great guitar. So you get that low B note. I use actually a low A. So I tune my 7-string guitars to a low A note. So this guitar has an acoustic right now to demo it for you guys. So these are round wound strings, guys. So that's a 7-string acoustic that I use, okay? It's a really cool guitar. And I don't know what strings to get on this because I have I got this. Oh, let me know because I like to get them myself. So I usually just put like these bronze masters on here, low wound string on the bottom. You see, okay? So that's my 7-string acoustic. Let me get to my shredding them pentatonics. Thank you. Play your favorite solo. What guitar am I using? So this is actually a A10 CE7 string. I can never remember that name. So this is a standard stock Eastman 7 string. Okay, and I changed the pickup to a Benedetto. Now, just to remind you guys, I'm having a sale this week. Okay, where is this thing? Oh, I don't know if you guys can see this, but here I'm having a sale all week on my website. All my % off. I sold a bunch of books up there, and so I have sheet music with lessons and printables and CDs, and my latest book, Chords at Your Fingertips, with a bunch of other great writers. I don't know if you can see this correctly, but I'm having a website sale. This is probably backwards for you guys. Maybe you can see it better like this. No. And it's, use code 25K on ronjacksonmusic.com, and you get 25% off everything on my website, okay? So I'm going to play a song for once right now, and before I keep answering questions. Do you think John Mayer is underrated? John Mayer, I think, is not underrated. John Mayer is very famous and great, and I love him. When he first came out, I saw him on the Grammys years ago. I was like, wow, this guy, man, he could sing and play the guitar and all that crazy stuff, do all this finger picking stuff. He was really great. I'm saying too much because I have to think about something. I'm going to play you a song right now. So actually, no, I mean, if you want to play jazz, it depends. If you want to play rock, there's a lot of them. I'm going to do a little bit. No. Hey guys, this is an impromptu live. I'm taking questions. I had to play something. That was called If I Should. Yeah. Someone's asking me if the root of the chord is the lowest note of the chord. Yeah, that's the bottom note, the bass note. So I'm taking some questions. Let me on TikTok here. I have so many people up. I'm interested. So if you go to my website, www.ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm having a sale on a bunch of lessons for scales, bebop, all kinds of stuff. So just go. I just got 25,000 followers on Instagram. I'm celebrating 25% off on my website. Use code 25% K 25K. And I'm getting there's a book about it's called Chords at Your Fingertips, and that's coming out. The shipment's coming out this you. And there you can study with me, and there's lessons up there for $3 a month. You can study with me. Well, actually, you get lessons and you get workshops for free about specific subjects for you guys too. Okay. So let me see. I want to see what else is up here. There's some questions. What's a good progression for C major 7? You should know all your diatonic chords in major chords, and there's all kinds of 1 6 2 5s and 1 4 5s and 1 flat 3. So you can go. I'm just doing a bunch of turnarounds. So those are the different types of things you could use actually. Oh, thank you, ESKPTV, for my saying I have a brilliant performance. My hand's kind of hurting me. You know, the 7th string with the 14s on top is a lot of work actually. So my hand's like a little stiff from playing, practicing actually. Someone's asking me how old am I? I started playing guitar when I was 11. Look me up on Wikipedia. Actually, someone's asking me that question on and you need to practice more. I don't practice enough. What do you recommend for a classical trained musician who is interested in jazz? Learn songs, and pick up the guitar, play with people, with your guitar, jam and transcribe and learn guitar solos or whatever kind of solos you want. Okay. Now let me see. Um, I'm trying to see who else is up here. Some more questions. You have any more? Okay. Yeah. So everybody's asking. I heard you people mention Seymour Duncan. So actually, Seymour Duncan, a good friend of mine. He's a really great guy from Jersey, New Jersey. So I used Seymour Duncan pickups for years. I've been endorsed for years. I have all their pedals and almost all their pedals. I have them in the closet over here, and all kinds of pickups from all my guitars. So Seymour's a really great pickups. I think they're American made. I hope they are. And they're out in Burbank, California. I think. I've never been to the factory, but I should go visit one day. I never do those type of things when I'm out in California, when I'm doing like the NAMM show or touring or whatever. So I mean, they're great guitars. So you should definitely, great pickups. So you should definitely try them out if you get a chance. Oh, everybody on Instagram, just so you know, Instagram is announcing that I have a badge up there. If you'd like to donate a badge right now for 99 cents for one heart, or $1.99 for two, or $4.99, just go to my Instagram badge right now and donate. Thank you. And also I have my PayPal. How do you use suspended substitutions for a dominant seventh? Or so I basically use the let's say I'm playing an A suspended. I think of E minor. It's the same scale. So what I'm doing is right this. What I'm doing is when you play because you're placing the third of the seventh chord to a fourth, okay? But people do it. They play both notes sometimes. It has a cool sound, both. So you can do anything you want, but think of the A dominant scale. So someone said hold it lower. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll put this like this. Okay, good. Okay, YouTube. So some people can't say my guitar. I have a big guitar, so you can't see it. I don't know why. So anyway, the paper. Oh, the paper. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, this paper. Hey guys, this paper was from Instagram. Now, if you want to donate to me on YouTube, I think you can't see this. I had it backwards before. Oh yeah, this is for YouTube. If you want to donate, I think this is right way for you guys. Please donate to my PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay. PayPal at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I have it on the comments actually. Also on TikTok. So let me see. So that's Ron Jackson Music again. So just in case. And for TikTok and Instagram, it's all Ron Jackson Music if you want to donate, and PayPal and everywhere else. So, okay. Now let me ask you some more questions over here. Laughing my butt off. I'm always jamming to these on the elevator. Okay. Oh, you love that. So you know what? I'm glad I'm going on live on. Just so you guys know. Okay. Please follow me if you don't already on all these channels. On YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Right now, it's all Ron Jackson Music, and I appreciate you guys on Instagram because on YouTube because I haven't been posted in a few days, so that's why I'm going live as well, so I can have some new material to put on YouTube. And on TikTok, I haven't posted in a few days. It's the first time since July that I didn't post for a couple of days because I've been kind of burnt out from the social media, and I need to practice. And it's been taking so much time. I'm so involved with so much stuff, and there's so many comments and so many things that I need to practice, guys. But that's the most important thing. You got to practice a little bit every day. So let me see. Oh, can you play Breezing? That's funny. See, okay. So that's a little bit of breezing. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I played a little breezing for you. Let me see. I gotta answer some more questions up here on Instagram now because I'm ignoring you guys. I'm sorry. Let me see the bottom. I gotta go from the bottom up. Top down. I can't remember that. I can never figure out on Instagram where the comments come from the top or from the bottom. Oh yes, I already answered that question. What do you think of the constitutes a good jazz solo? To me, okay, for watching a good, I know I can tell when people can play jazz because of the language they use. The key of B flat, and you're doing 1-6-2-5. So that's B flat, G minor, C minor, F7. So a good solo would be a bad solo. I don't want to call it bad, but a solo where I think that you're not really playing jazz is like this. You know why? Because you're just running the scale, okay? And so if you're just running the scale, you're not playing jazz. You're just playing a scale. Okay. Now, if you're playing jazz and you're playing a 1-6-2-5, you're actually playing over we call the changes. So you're kind of changing with the chords, we call them. I'm using all kinds of different techniques like chromatic notes, passing tones, arpeggios, reharmonizations, jazz language. Like, so if you're just going that scale, this is jazz. So I'm playing like jazz there, kind of. I'm just messing around, but I'm playing more jazz. So I'm just messing around. That's more jazz language, okay? Or putting things like. Okay. Can you use sus chords with the progression on seventh chords? Oh, someone's asking me about progression with seventh chords. So I'm using sus chords, and that's from a song called what was that song? That's a song by Freddie Hubbard. And sus chords can be used like in what we call in sequences like that, up in every two frets. What's that song called? I used to do all the time gigs and stuff when I had gigs. So sus chords can be transposed and it sounds really cool. Let me see questions on TikTok. I don't want to leave you guys out. I'm sorry. Oh, there's some questions up here. Play anthropology. Oh, someone's asking me to play anthropology. How long ago was that question? Let me see if I can play that a little bit. It's weird. Like my positioning on the guitar is weird when I'm playing in this chair. I might put the backing track on. So let me see if I can do that. I have a backing track here, and I don't want to play it too fast. Let me see. Maybe you can hear the backing track. Oh, hold on. Can you hear this? Oh, okay. Cool. I'll play with the backing track. Can you guys see me on YouTube still? Because I had to cut off into yeah, you still see me good. Yeah, so I was playing. So that was a request from. Let me get some water here. I'm talking too much. So yeah, that was a request from TikTok. Uh, I'm always playing like solo guitar stuff, so it's great to have a backing track once in a while called iReal Pro. So if someone's asking me, "Hi, I'm a classical guitarist. I would like to learn the basics of jazz guitar." Oh, so I think I already answered this question. Basically, you just need to go into learning tunes, solos, and playing with people and getting a good teacher. Okay, I need a jazz school to go to learn jazz. Go to Berkeley. There's a lot of great jazz school. Juilliard, Manhattan School of Music. There's a lot of places. Oh, okay, cool. Let me see. Let me go to TikTok because I haven't answered a question there in a while. Let me see. I'm gonna go look on Instagram. That was the song I played before with the sus chords. So that was Red Clay by Freddie Hubbard. That's right. Took up Jazz Bossa Nova. Okay, I will probably. Yeah, let me try something. Let me see if I can. What could? Okay, now let me answer some questions here. Dave Matthews, do you do like Dave Matthews funk style? Um, you know, one of my friends plays in Dave Matthews band. Rashawn Ross, the trumpet player. He's a horn arranger. I love Dave Matthews. He's great. So yes, I love all styles of music. Just because I play jazz a lot doesn't mean I don't play other styles of music. So so yes, Dave Matthews is great. Uh, P9 looking pickups. Oh yeah, someone talking about my heck. What kind of guitar is that? Oh, this is an Eastman. Yeah, someone said the guitar doesn't sound like jazz. So everybody, so that means it's not a jazz is about how you touch the guitar and play, or any play any other instrument. You can make it in and play like just like a Stratocaster, and he's playing horn to have your touch and jazz feel. It's all about your jazz feel. Okay. Um, hey, good afternoon, Marcia. Hey, thank you, beautiful, thank you. So everybody, it's getting late here. I was doing an impromptu here, and just to just answer some questions about certain things. So if someone's asking, I'm going to answer a few more questions. So, what's the most important thing about jazz? Jazz is a language. It's a feel. Okay, it's something you have to internalize and listen to a lot to get into. So, I'm working on this stuff all the time. Trying to. It's very important to get into jazz that way. Someone's asking me if I do rock music. I started out playing rock, and I do play rock like a real rock musician because there's something to every style. There's something very important, like the feel. What you grew up with. You just can't just play jazz. You just can't play rock if you're a jazz musician. You have to like get into the music like rock musicians do. It's the same. I'll tell you something here. Which go well with a D7 flat nine. So someone's asking me what modes with D7 flat nine. So you can use an altered mode, which is E flat melodic. Start on the D. Okay, and that's also an A flat 7 Lydian dominant. It's easy to remember. So you can use that scale. You can use diminished. There's all kinds of scales you can use. On the G minor, on the D7 flat 9. Okay, so those are some of the scales you can actually use on the D7 flat 9. That's a great question. From someone's in Jersey. Someone's mentioned that. So yeah, I mean, some of these questions I probably got too late. If you're still on here, yeah, someone's gonna book a guitar lesson with Arch. Please follow me, and I have all these signs up here. It's crazy. I have a Patreon account for everybody on Instagram and on TikTok. Okay, if you want to join them, I need to find the other way. Yeah, this one here is on for YouTube. Okay, so if you want to join my Patreon for $3 or more a month, that's great. Also for Instagram, I forgot where's that thing. This is a new thing, but if you enjoy what you saw, I'm getting ready to go now. And it costs like a 99 cents, $1.99. $4.99. I'm not showing you these guys because this is only for Instagram. Okay, so that's a new thing Instagram offers. So that'll be really nice of you guys. Okay, I'm getting ready to go, and also for TikTok and YouTube. You know, if you like my show, please donate $1 or more if you can. It's already on the comments, and also here on YouTube. Okay, thank you very much for watching. You're gonna watch the playback on TikTok. You can, but I can download the video now. Okay. So guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get lunch. I gotta practice some more, and I gotta do some more posting tonight. Thank you, Instagram. I mean, YouTube for almost 13,000 followers now. TikTok for 12,000. I mean, no, for 25,000, and Instagram for 25,000. Again, I forgot to mention too. I'm having a sale on my website for all my lessons and sheet music, like printable lessons. So I'm 25K on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. You get 25% off my website. Okay. Sorry, I'll be backwards. Okay. Everything on my website is 25% off this week, and people are my book is sold out. That I have about with a bunch of great writers, and you know, but I'm going to have the book back in stock, and I have printable lessons that you could download, and all my albums was a top hit record. Okay, and I appreciate you guys. You can watch the playback, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, Ron Jackson, over and out. It was a great time, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, bye bye. I'm going to end the stream now on YouTube. Bye bye. And bye bye on Instagram. So I'm live now, and I see one person on there so far. I don't know who that is, but I wanted to talk about subjects about sight reading and ear training and all that stuff. So please, send me some questions if you're watching right now. I see 4 people up there. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's great. So just to get started, you should know how to read all kinds of different things as far as reading itself. So for sight reading, it's and when I started at Berkeley, this is the book that they use for performance majors. So it just teaches you basically, how to read notation, which is very, very important for, playing. But it doesn't teach you with tabs, like which you should know how to do too, but there's a problem with tablature. So what happens is it actually tabs hearing an echo. This is kind of weird, but the tabs make make you yeah, with tabs you actually have to know the music. So that's the problem with tablature. So I'll show you something. You know, it's a lesson I wrote that's and what it is that it has chord on the bottom. So that's okay because the thing is when you have tabs, you need to you know, it tells you where to put your fingers, which is fine because on the guitar you need to know where to place your fingers because you can play the same thing so many different ways. So it's good to have tabs for that, but you know this and what position. So you don't need tabs if you know how to really know how to. So this is a great book for learning how to read because it teaches you how to play positions and everything. The William Levitt book in lead sheet form. Like in a real book like this. You see? Everything's mirror image here, but so you should be able to read chord symbols and just single line notes. And that's really hard to do actually too. I mean, you have to know, you have to memorize what chords are, you know, like a G major 7. When I started learning does anybody have any questions so far? Okay. So, you know, guitar music starts to get hard when you start learning how to look at chords like this. This is even hard for me. This is a Brazilian book that Latin book that I've been using, and it's not easy. And even rhythms. So you know, the hardest part of playing music is rhythms and the chords. Actually, I think. So let me show you one more thing that is hard to read on guitar. Hold on. So this is a book by Barney Kessel. It's a rare book. So I don't know how I got this book, but he talks about how guitar players can read in different, should be able to read in different situations. This book's called The Guitars. It's a rare book. I looked it up. Book. So he told me the most important thing. This he said reading music. Really interesting that I about and it's like for a guitar player. So you got to be able to read in bass clef and you know the notation above that on the treble clef. So so he said that you should be able to like extract parts from the piano parts like the bottom note. You should be able to read all this stuff here. And I always thought that piano music was hard. And I used to be really good at it and extract the music, but so you have to be able to. This is A, C, E, G, you know, A, C. So these things you have to practice, and actually, it's a good thing for you to do. About this, if you're watching this, definitely send me YouTube chat Okay, right here. Let me see. I'm gonna write this in. If you're subscribed or whatever on YouTube, you should be able to send me a message. Send me a message. I'm sending you one now. Okay. I want to. The next thing I want to talk about soon, if you don't have any questions, is ear training. You know. So let's take a song. I'm going to put the speaker on for a minute. Um, I'm going to try to play you. You should be able to. You should be able to hear cadences and things like that when you're actually basic solfege. So if you're playing, one of the first things I learned when I was learning and sing the syllables. So you should be go. You should sing do re mi fa sol la ti do. That's very important. Oh hey Reggie, hi. Can you hear me? Okay, Reggie. Respond please. There's something weird with my computer right now. Okay, good, good. Do you have any questions, Reggie? Let me see. Um, questions. I hear like my voice talking like a few seconds after. Just to be really clear, to start to getting into ear training, you should know your solfege, like your major scale, and because you're gonna have to figure out how to hear intervals. Like you should know your intervals, all your major intervals. Like let's say one, the major second, and the major third, the perfect fourth, perfect fifth, the major sixth, and the major seventh. That's very, very common intervals you should be able to hear. Now, these things you should hear because you hear them in chord progressions a lot, like 1 4 5 1, which is like a 1 4 5 1 progression. Different cadences like that 1 to 5, 1 to 5. So if I'm playing a song, I'm going to put a pop song. You should be able to pick up these cadences when you hear a pop song. So that gets into taking off music when by ear. Let me see something. Okay, now you're hearing me. Okay, there's something wrong with the settings. Quick, everybody. I don't want to end the live stream. Hold on 1 second. It's picking up the Oh, let me do this. I know what to do. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna input is should be the. Let me try this again. Okay. Okay, I'm trying this again. put them. This is my I hear an echo, but it's okay. It's back on now. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using the I'm going to use the speaker now. So you should be able to hear cadences. So let's take a song like a pop song. I'm going to put something on my phone. I'm going to pick a random pop song. Part of ear training is actually taking off songs off of. Let me take like a pop song. Let me go to YouTube. I'm going to put it through my speaker on my phone, and then so I could show you just a random example. Top 10 pop songs. So let me pick one. Let me play something. So I'm going to play a song right now and see if we can figure it out real quick. So what I try to find out first is no, okay. Oh, the first. So Anton, it's in the key of E. This I can tell already. So what I try to do is I try to figure out what key we're in first, and if I'm in. So that's actually the melody started off of. Okay, that's how it started. So that's in the key of E. What you have to try to do when you're trying to establish the song, you have to actually try to figure out what key you're in and try to find what scale you're in. So this is a major key. So the first chord. So what I'm trying to do is only 3 or 4 chords here. So let me move this up forward a little bit. So if you have a hard time, you could actually slow down the song too. So it starts out with a C sharp minor, and then it goes to A. C sharp minor is the 6th chord. Goes. What is it? Dynamite Official. BTS. It's C minor. So I hear those cadences pretty easily, and I can find them fast on the guitar. And sometimes when I'm listening to music, I could, if I don't just want to enjoy the music, I want to be very technical about it. I could actually just now this takes a lot of experience in ear training, so you have to learn about cadences, you have to learn about interval like that. So it's just 3 chords so far. So I'll play along with it so you can get an idea. Here it goes. C sharp minor, F sharp minor, the B suspended to E. And the hard part of these songs form. So and also the arrangement, of course. Pop songs, it's a whole different thing. But another thing that's a different level is learning how to take these songs off and writing down each melody, or writing down each rhythm. That's a whole different different ball game. So it's important to be able to do both. And what I usually do is this takes a lot of ear training. So ear training is very important, and so you have to learn how to write down what you actually hear on a staff, and that's really that's a whole different skill. And I learned that when I was at Berkeley too. In transcription class, solo transcription class, and that in that solo transcription class, they give you one note, and you sit down at a desk, and they play it for you, and you have to know your intervals between notes, be able to write down the melody solo. That was really hard, man. I remember doing this on 19 or 20, and I was already advanced ear training class, and that was really hard. Reggie's asking me, would you in the melody? Uh, um, no, what I would usually do when I used to first transcribe, I used to try to find the note down. Write notes first, then rhythm. You can put the rhythms to the notes after. So if I'm using, I don't have my I'm actually talking to my computer right now, and I can't show you Sibelius because I don't have it on my other computer. But when I transcribe, I'll write a note down first, and then I'll figure out later that's a dotted quarter note. Okay, and skill. Let me send this message to you. So to transcribe, you actually have to know how to hear how long a rhythm is. So let's try to do an example. Let's look at a jazz solo. Let's look at a Sonny Rollins solo. Um, Sonny Rollins. Let me look for Sonny Rollins. He has a lot of hard rhythms, Sonny Rollins, actually. So let me see. Let me just pick a song from him. So he's playing. There will never be another year, another you here. See, jazz rhythmically, most of the stuff he's playing is eighth notes in jazz. So in jazz, there's a lot of rhythmic, rhythm, but Sonny Rollins will probably start. Major, the E flat major scale. I mean, his line was based on that. That's the first chord of Sun. So that rhythm, one, so that's the answer. So here's another thing that's really important to know when you're actually transcribing. You have to learn how to conduct, because that's really helpful to me. So when he's playing, I'm going one. So you have to learn all your basic conducting patterns, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it really helps you find the beat, especially when you're transcribing. We're trying to figure out what where he's playing that rhythm. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. It's 1, 2, and then when you get to in the air before you hit the second beat, he's hitting the eighth note in the air. So it's like 1 and 2. So 1, 2, beta, do. So it's going 1 eighth note, then 2 8 notes on the second beat, 2 8 notes on the third note. Then there's a rest on 4, and then he's playing on the beat 1 now. One, is really fast. But let's see, move back a little bit. Oh shoot. Let me see where he's at here. He's doing a lot of rhythms there. You see that? That's the thing he just played. I love his rhythms. So basically that's the rhythm I just told you. So I would have to write that out on a piece of music paper. I don't have that with me in front of me. Some notation paper, but that would be the eighth note. Let me show you my guitar playing. So you should actually know if you're transcribing what notes you're actually playing over the chord. So he's on the E flat. You should know the chord you're playing over if you're doing ear training or transcribing solos. And he's actually just playing the root to the sixth, root, third, sixth, fifth. Then he's playing the fourth. Or and he's actually approaching the third back to the root. You know, that's a cool lick. I mean, I just learned something new right there from him. You know, and so when you're actually transcribing solos like this, you have to figure out each detail. Now, there's a difference between transcribing and so what I usually do is I transcribe, and I can either transcribe if I want to, write it out for like, to have it etched in stone, which takes hours actually to get it right, especially like a solo like Sonny Rollins or John Coltrane, anything that's really complicated. It could be even like some rock solos. Or you could just do everything by ear, which right now I tend to do that more now because I don't have time to be writing out transcriptions. I have too many other things to write out. I did that when I was much younger. But if you're learning how to play jazz, it's important to be able to be able to transcribe, write these things down. It helps your reading, and also do it by ear. So you should be able to play these things by ear and memorize them by ear. Because at the end, you're not going to be looking at music when you're taking a solo. You're going to be, or you're playing in a band, in a rock band. You don't want to have music in front of you. Like when you ever see a rock band perform, like Bruce Springsteen. I have a friend that played with Bruce Springsteen for years, and he used to have me come on gigs. When I used to do his gigs, he said, music is a turnoff to people in the audience because they can't groove with you if you have music in front of you. And he was right because he plays with Bruce Springsteen. They don't have music in front of them. They know the music. They're playing a concert with 50,000 people. You don't have music in front of you trying to figure out what song you're playing. Memorize these things too, rhythms, and that's how you get into solos. Sight reading, be able to even write this out. You have to be able to read a little bit. I mean, pretty good. I mean, not particularly. I mean, learning on your, that I wanted to show you today was, let's say that lick I just showed you. That lick here. See, I did it that way. That's another way of doing it. Same register. That's hard. I just played it that way. See that? I just did it this way. That's 3 ways. I can do it here. To me, that lick is like an E flat chord to F minor for here, and then that's just in the same register. If I did an octave lower, so that's these are different things you could do on the guitar. See how many ways I just played that? So when you're learning how to read and transcribe and all this other stuff on the guitar, you could play that same lick so many ways. So what I usually try to do is I try to work out all this stuff with with fingerings, and that's very important when you're playing these kind of solos and melodies that you're taking off. You're gonna find this saxophone has certain fingerings that are more adept for the saxophone, but not for the guitar. So you have to kind of figure out how to play that on the guitar. Whereas, I had friends who told me who played trumpet, say, well, man, so you got to figure out those kind of fingerings. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me a question. I see a couple of people are watching. Any questions? I'd like to hear from you guys. And there's only a couple of people watching today, but I know some people are out of town, and you could watch this later, on the link if you want to watch my my live stream. So I'm going to probably do another class about taking things off, but let's review a little bit. You have to know solfege a little bit. You should know your do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, dos,
Oh, let me see. Oh, really? Horn players seem to be playing fast. I don't think that's true anymore. There are guitar players who can play fast. Um, I don't think that's true though. Particularly, Reggie's saying that horn players seem to always play faster than guitar players. I'm sure about that. Guitar players can play pretty fast too. I think it's easier to play on a horn because they can actually pick or attack each note somehow. You know, let me show you. You have to be able to attack each note, but you have to be able to play. I think speed is something that you can develop on any instrument. You know, you just have to figure out you just have to practice and get the technique together. And piano too. Piano plays fast too. I think in practice, I mean, George Benson could play just like a piano player, but you have to build up speed and get the right technique. Like, I couldn't get any speed. Or if you want to talk about getting speed, uh, I couldn't get any speed. I used to use those really small Jim Dunlop picks, and I studied with Rodney Jones for a while. Well, actually, it just took 1 or 2 lessons, and he showed me this George Benson picking technique, and I got made me switch the pick to this, and I played my pick sideways, so I got more speed. Like this, it's not only your picking. Your left hand has to be able to coordinate with your right hand. Saxophone player, I don't actually pick every note like Pat Martino does. He actually goes every note. He really picks every note, but I kind of actually use legato, which is like I mix up legato, which is like hammer-ons and pull-offs with my left hand. So I'm mixing them up. I'm actually using hammer-ons, that kind of, or pull-offs. Those different types of phrasing with my left hand. So I'm not only picking every note. Also, I do. I'm actually writing a new article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine that's coming out. It's going to be about sweep picking. So you could do things with your pick too that make you play faster, like sweeping. So you don't have to. So because if you skip across the string, you can play real fast. It's a real fast arpeggio. Or those type of things help you play faster as well. You know, so I mean, you could actually play with horn players. You can learn their solos. You can play them on guitar. I see people do it all the time. It's just a different technique. You have to be able to figure out how to. I mean, when I learn these really hard melodies, sometimes called "Got a Match" by Chick Corea, and that was a really hard song to play fast on the guitar because they play it so fast. I had to figure out the right fingering. So sometimes knowing the right fingering or figuring out the right fingering helps you play these melodies. I was lazy. Usually I'll learn a song by ear if I have time, but I usually just look at the sheet music. Very, very important, everybody, to know how to be able to transcribe music, hear music, and you know possible way look at because they're all useful tools, especially if you want to be a professional musician. But I know musicians who are great musicians who like I have a lot of friends, when I used to do Broadway a lot. They were telling me that they know how to read music, but they don't know any songs. They can't improvise. But that's what they do. They play parts, and that's good too. And they play the crap out of those parts. And but they're like I don't know I don't know how you put it. Like, they're like these it's art. It's an art to be able to play those shows really well and do them every night, and play the same part, and be able to do sessions like that. But it's not to me. I mean, but they're not they don't know any songs. They don't know how to take a solo. It's another skill. that that brings you to. So I mean, I like the control of what's the word of reading music and playing a part. Word I want to say it's a discipline to actually show and learning a part. When I was subbing a lot, that's what I was doing mostly, and sometimes I get my own off Broadway show or whatever. Um, I mean, it was hard to like. You have to basically play like the dude that's playing the show and play all these parts, and you have to read, and you have to be able to follow a conductor, and play with the band. I'd be playing with banjos and whatever, electric guitar, acoustic, a classical, switch, pedals. So it's like a real job when you do those shows. They pay a lot of money, you know. I mean, a guitar chair on a Broadway show is like $100,000 a year, but it's like a couple hours a day, so you have all day to do things. But it's a really stressful environment. But but I like the control of the show because you're playing these parts every night. Because I guess they would use canned music if they could. That means like pre-recorded music. But it's not the same thing as having a live band. And actually, producers on Broadway have been trying to eliminate musicians to save money because it costs a lot of money to have a musician on stage. Because they're not only paying your salary, they're paying your pension, your health benefits, and your vacation and all that stuff. It's like a real job. So anyway, it's a good skill to read. It's a good skill to transcribe and hear things and take things off records, memorize them. It's also another skill to we haven't talked about, which is my big thing on Patreon is learning how to improvise. So we'll talk more. I'm going to put that as a subject, but playing changes is like a whole big subject we could talk about. And that's the holy grail of jazz itself, and that people really need to learn and get together. And so, is there any other questions before I finish up here? You should be able to and count them and see them, And it took me a long time actually, because I was used to playing eighth notes and quarter notes and 16th notes, and different kind of time signatures you need to work on. There's a whole big world with reading music, and the best thing to really do is just read music, because I got a lot better when I started doing these Broadway shows, because these are just like real professional music, music that was written for, real live, the real book, and I learned a lot just by doing that, and got helped my reading a lot, and so the best way to learn how to read music and do this stuff is just to music. Well, like you get together with the band, which you can't really do right now. For now, if you're just starting out, find an off Broadway show or an amateur show just to learn how to read and play parts, because that's a whole different world. And as far as like reading yourself, just get books. Like I have tons of books. I just started looking at this Barney Kessel book I was telling you about, and he has all these reading exercises for guitar and different patterns and just advice that I've never seen. And I was actually working through this book a little bit recently, and different kinds of technique things. And it's good to see different people's opinions and learn different styles. So, if there's any questions, let me know. Send me, a message on Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. That's Ron Jackson at Gmail. If you have any questions about the workshop today, yeah, send me a message. It says Ron Jackson, and about my live lesson, and I'll see you guys in about a month, and I hope that this helped you out with your sight reading and your ear training. And each subject actually should be a one whole live lesson. So maybe we'll do that next time, and just have one and one. But I wanted to give you over. Bye. Have a great day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.
Hey everybody, I'm gonna get ready to do my live. Just setting up. Right at 2. I'm a little early. Trying to get this camera set up the right way, but trying to zoom in the background, but I don't have the software installed yet. So sorry guys. But I have my TikTok hat on, and I'm gonna please start asking questions already. I might play a song for you while we're waiting on my 7th string to get some people to come in. But let me write a little chat here. Welcome. Please ask any questions. This workshop, this Patreon only workshop. Okay. If you haven't done so yet, okay. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna play something for now and get going here. Let me see if I can do this song. I haven't done it in a while. Just making sure when people come in here. Oh, really? Okay, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. I gotta resend the link and make sure this is working. Hold on, guys. Let me go. Manage. Hold on. There's something wrong here. Okay, Sean. Let me send this to you. I don't know what's going on here. I think I made a mistake. Let me do this here. Hold on here. Did I make a mistake? Let me see. If there's a mistake here, I'm gonna have to go live again. Hold on. That's why there's no one here. Oh, let me go to my studio. Okay, I made a little mistake. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I'm gonna have to resend this. Let me do this right now, everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, here. Let me send this again. Correct link. Really? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to go live. Let me come over. Someone's watching me, but I don't know who. I don't know why, but the link is not working. Can you do me a favor? Could you just text people on Patreon real quick? I don't know why people aren't. The link I shared the link. It's the right link, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be. People can't seem to see it.
Did you make it unlisted?
Yes, it's unlisted.
Okay. All right. I don't know why either. All right. You gotta text me the link. Did you do that?
No. I'm just gonna go live. I'm just gonna go live.
Okay.
I got to email these two guys right now. Bye bye. They're my
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Going live in public. This. So let me do this right now. Okay. Great. Thanks. Hey everybody. It's Ron Jackson, and we're going live. We are going live. Chuck, can you make sure the cameras part in the right place? On the live stream, I can't tell. I'm not ready. Hey. Yeah, it's a low A. Like a talk. So, yes, it's a low A. You heard of a guy named George Bennett? He was a secretary that he was the godfather of the secretary guitar. He did it so low A. And my guitar teacher was one of the things early. That's a low A. When I started playing, I do it. Yeah, it's a low A. Sorry. You turn this on. We get started. This rowdy crowds, and I'm always thinking this is kind of strange, but it's Baba Can. No, I don't know how they got the name, but I like it. Just so you know, this said I'm live streaming to my YouTube channel, Facebook channel, and LinkedIn channel. It's all. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. Ron Jackson Music. I'm live. So you guys are live right now. So make sure you sound rowdy into the music. We're gonna do a song right now called "Lovey Dovey." Don't ask me what that means. We're gonna. Michelle. GoPro. Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Thank you. So I found my way over here to San Jose. Thank you guys for coming out. Really appreciate it. Great crowd tonight. Thank you. And there was a blue book going around. Not a black book. A blue book. You have it. Oh yeah, he's trying to keep it. So hand that around. And if you have any nice comments to make, we'll post them on my website, ronjacksonbeat.com. I don't know yet. We're going to play Brian's song after this one. We have Miss Sylvia Cuenca on drums. all the way from San Jose. And her dad plays guitar. He's one of my fans too. Thank you. Yeah, he's 90 now. I heard. That's amazing, man. You know, my guitar teacher, who got me playing the 7-string guitar here, Bucky Picciarelli. He actually he passed away at 94. Actually, he's one of the first people I knew that passed away from COVID. Actually, right at the beginning of the pandemic, and he was the guy that got me to this guitar. So maybe I'll bring it down and play a song for you. I don't know if you have that song, guys, called "This Minute Is Mine." You have that? So this is a song I dedicated to Bucky. This is the song that got me to playing 7-string guitar. Vinyls. This is the most popular item that I don't big hand. Yeah. So this is on this album, among other songs. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna bring it up a little bit and get a little funky for you. Oh, I'm just kidding. You know what? One of my other mentors on guitar, Melvin Sparks, who passed away in 2011, and song is another song dedicated to him because he was from Houston, and this is called the Texas Shuffle. Woo! Uh-oh. You can dance to this one if you want.
Thank you very much. Sylvia Quanti on the drums. Thank you. Brian Moore on the hammer organ, and Rob Jeff on the 7th string guitar. A few tunes over here. I'm going to be recording my album in different parts of the United States. Featuring Hammond organ players. Yeah! So if you're enjoying what you hear, definitely pick up. Yeah. Can anybody guess all the names up there? The 6th and 7th string jazz guitar hero shirts. Who can name the 7th string jazz guitar heroes? Can anybody raise their hand? Oh, this guy. The 7th string jazz guitar heroes.
Bucky, Howard, George.
Oh, no. The last names.
Okay. Pizzarelli.
Yep.
Harrison.
Who?
Benson.
No. 6 strings. 7th string guitar hero. 7th string.
Oh, wow. Not Benson? All right.
No, which one is the, so it starts with Bucky, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Pizzarelli.
yes.
The
great one that got
Who's the second guy? Is it Howard? I can't see
Yeah,
him.
Howard.
Howard Alden.
All right.
Who's the third guy?
George.
Van Epps.
Wow. Okay.
George Van Epps, the godfather of 7th string guitar. The Alvin Jones.
Bruno. Who's the next guy? John Pizzarelli. Lenny Bro, who's from the West Lanes. The last one. Ron Estee from the West Coast. And Ron Jackson too. Yay! So when I play another song of mine on this album, on my new album, and this song is dedicated to a friend of mine actually who had commissioned the song. He actually, and you know what aphasia is? Does anybody know what that is? He has a disease. I think it's related to Parkinson's. But anyway, this song is called Roundabout.
Good. Here we go. You can dance to this if you want. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's get a big hand for these wonderful musicians again. Oh, yeah. So we have a request, my great friend Malachi. Yay, give him a hand. He's a great guitar player. What do you look?
Turlock, California.
Turlock? Where the hell is that?
Originally from San Jose.
Oh, yeah, so this is a great song. You're gonna have to guess what the song is, but this is off my new album too. You know, most of the songs tonight are on my new album, but this is a song that you might recognize. Let me tune my guitar real quick. I have a lot of strings to tune here, so we'll do a little bit faster. Never your name, but I'm very study this. A 1, 2, 3, 4. Anybody get the name of that song? Oh, it's Brandon. Well, if you drink some Brandon tonight, you would know that song. That's like, I love that too. You know, it's really funny. I grew up listening to a lot of these songs, and I made them as the pop, jazz, the pop song. So after this, if you want to pick one up, I'll sign a copy for you. And again, let's give a big hand for this wonderful band. Mr. Brian Hall on the Hammond organ. That's not the Hammond organ. Yeah, but sometimes Brian is a discount artist. So, and we have Miss Sylvia Quentin on the drums. All the way from San Jose. And I'm all the way from Manila Bay. My name is Ron Jackson on the 7-string guitar. Thank you for coming out again. And this is going to be a jam session right after this. Yeah, so we'll do one more for you, and then we'll have the jam session come up. Maybe we'll have Malik and Ellen come up and explain. No, they're like, no! These are some of my students over here, my friends. Yeah, give them a hand. Thanks. Daniel, you guys throw them along with waist too? Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's do
Voila! Thank you, really appreciate you. I'll be back here probably in about 6 months. But thank you for coming out to San Jose and seeing me. So we're gonna be playing tomorrow night in San Francisco. If you want to come by, so come by and talk to us. And I'll be doing a workshop if you want to on jazz improv at the California Jazz Conservatory on Saturday in Berkeley. If you want to come by. I think these guys are coming, maybe. I hope, maybe. Well, have a great night. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, back to it. You're a guitar player, no? Yeah. Sorry, I turned the amp off before. Sorry about that. Let me say bye. I gotta say bye to my friends. It's still live streaming? The cable. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching. So we'll see you guys very soon. Ron Jackson. And if you don't subscribe to me, please subscribe to me. I'll have a lot of live streams. And have a great night, okay? Goodbye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And what was I gonna do? Yeah, I'm editing this actually at the same time. I'm going live right now doing a practice session in front of you. And this is hard to do, to practice in front of people. I'm trying something different today. It's my second time practicing in front of people. I'm going to be setting up for TikTok right now too, so they can watch me practice as well. And show you how I practice. Like, I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was running around doing a bunch of stuff, and so that's how it goes. You know how it goes. Let me just make a little note here for you guys. Where's my live stream? I can't find it right now. Here it is. And I'm going to be practicing my 7-string guitar a little bit. If you have any questions and you start watching this, let me know. Okay. Oh, Keon, how's it going, man? I'm going to look up there because my computer's down here, and I keep looking down. So I'm going to do a little practice session. But before I do that, I'm going to actually get people. Let me go to TikTok right now and add people. I'm going to go live on TikTok as well. So I'm going live for me. Hold on. Trying to add a title. Practice session number 2. I'm going to do number 2. I don't know how much I can actually write on this thing, but let me see. So I'm going to go live there. So let me do that right now. Go live. I have a bunch of people on TikTok too. Hey, so guys and girls, everybody who's watching, I'm doing a live session right now, and I'm actually gonna do some warm-ups and practice in front of you. I'm on TikTok and actually YouTube right now, not on Instagram. So if there's any questions, let me know. So we're trying to adjust the panels here and stuff, but this looks good to me. I mean, you gotta make some adjustments. Sorry. There's about 16 people watching now on YouTube. Practice things, and actually I do. So, for example, these crazy arpeggios that I learned from a student. Like, I'm gonna warm up right now. What I do is it's like a 3-octave arpeggio. Okay, so this is a 7-string guitar. If you have any questions. So I haven't touched this thing all day, okay? So one thing I can do right now is warm up with a scale like, let's say a C major. Now, when the 7-string is completely different to play it, so I'm going to play like... I don't know this as well. Now, I tune the 7th string to a low A, not like a typical B like a lot of rock stars do and stuff. Then when they tune down to a 7th string, they tune to a low A. So I'm actually tuned to a low. I mean, they're tuned to a low B. So I'm tuned to a low A. So A, B, C is the same note here. So the thing is, scale like this up the neck. It's exactly the same note. So it's the C major scale I'm actually playing right here, okay? And this is actually, I'm not used to doing this. So when I practice, so it's just so everybody knows how to do really well. So I'm going to practice the C major scale now, and I'm trying to incorporate the 7th string more as a melodic tool instead of just playing as a bass note. See what I did? See that? That's tricky. I'm not used to doing that. Now that's really tricky. Any questions? Hey, Steely Dan was one of the masters. He did this stuff. Those are some octave harmonics. He was great at that stuff. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Let me see. There's some questions here. Any John Mayer? Oh, this is from TikTok. What are the absolute basics that someone who wants to learn jazz guitar should know? When you're playing jazz, everybody, these are things I always do. I practice my scales. Okay, so you should know all your C major scales. So let's do a little warm up here. So you should know all your scales. So you should know all the three scales in all the modes, the melodic minor in all the modes, and the harmonic minor in all the modes. Those are the three basic scales you should know. And there's some other scales too, of course. More. I'll practice. I don't really practice the major. Know all the modes with that first. Okay, and like minor. So I'm warming up right now. So I haven't touched the guitar. And unfortunately, so this is what before I play it. So play the scale all the way up and like this. We call it. So I'm trying to use the 7/6. I'm trying to use the 7/6 much more now in my solo. So I'm trying to throw that in there when I'm actually playing. Let me adjust the phone a little bit for TikTok here so you can see my neck better. So that's what I'm trying to do. Okay. And then now, what I'm trying to do now, playing it up and down like that in seconds up, I'm going to go. Now, you notice I don't stay in the same position. I play all the way up and down the neck. Now, you should get fluent playing up and down. You should be able to play on one string. Because when you're taking your solo in jazz, you should be able to play your scales up and down. Those are in thirds. But you can do arpeggios like this, thirds. See, I can go up the neck like this. You should know the neck like this. Or across the neck. These are different skill patterns. These are actually arpeggios of thirds going up the scale. You should know the names of these too. So I'm just in F minor. So the first one would be F minor. So I'm trying to memorize these things myself. I don't know them as well. So should I play them all the time? But I can get even deeper with it. So this is a minor arpeggio. A minor. This is augmented. So that's F minor, G minor. A augmented. Then B flat major. Then C major. Then F minor. So those are like basic arpeggios in the key of F melodic minor. So I've been working on memorizing these things and also trying to play them up and down the neck, like let's say in closed position on the guitar. So I'm playing them up in thirds now, like that. This is an F melodic minor. Okay, now we haven't even talked about the modes yet, so I've been working on all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I work on. It's Yumir, one of my students. Happy Tuesday, Yumir. One of my students studying with me. Just in case you guys, if you're having a great time and you're learning a lot, during this practice session, I'm gonna, if you want to donate $1 or more, I don't know if you can see this actually. Can you see this actually, guys? Yes, it's backwards on. I gotta put this one up. Let me see. Let me show you this. If you want to donate $1 more, you just go to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, and TikTok and Instagram. TikTok and YouTube. If you this is like a live lesson about me practicing. So if there's any questions, please let me know. Is playing Steely Jan tunes a good start for learning jazz? I don't know about tunes though. They're modern. Okay. So you know, put it on there. So, you know, Steely Dan tunes are cool, actually. I think you should learn jazz standards like out of the real book like this. So, for example, I use the real book. Sorry, my real book's falling apart because, you know, I use it too much. You just use the real book, learn tunes out of here. You know, I mean, one of my things is tunes I don't play for a long time. So I'll go through a song that I haven't played in a while and practice them, okay? So the modes, for example, and you know, I like to know, you have to know all the major modes, of course, and then the harmonic minor modes too, and how to play that scale. I've been using that scale a lot because we use that a lot in jazz. So let me see. I see a bunch of messages here on TikTok. Thoughts on bebop jazz? I play bebop jazz, of course, too. When I'm practicing, guys, I'll do things like I've been working on like tunes I don't know as well. Like I've been working on let me see on what's it called? This tune called Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker. So I've been practicing that tune a lot. Okay. You know, because I don't know that tune as well. And bebop tunes are very important when you're practicing jazz. And so I've been working on that, just learning that tune, making sure I know it, because I don't know that tune as well. So I'll work on like that real slow. So I'll be is one of the things I like to do is practice different melodies that I don't know. Remember, practice things you don't know. I'm working on Chick Corea tunes like you know, like God Imagine. So I'll be practicing those type of things, and you know, just because that I do know as well, you know, that like Olio. So that one I know well. I mean, there's a bunch of them I know well, but the ones I know well I don't practice because why should I practice them? Because I practice tunes that you don't know. Okay, so then I always do my practice sessions. So I mean, like right now I'm practicing a lot of arpeggio type of work too, and picking technique like this. Let me see. There's some questions here. Love your show. Could you talk about your favorite songs? Oh wow. Someone's asking my song really. There's a lot of tunes I like. But I mean it depends. A lot of the songs I like are jazz standards actually, and are pop songs, you know. So I mean, there's so many songs out there that I can't keep up with them, you know. So like my last album, which looks like this actually. Either you can pick it up anywhere. This one, standards and other songs. I did a bunch of pop tunes and stuff that you know, that I converted to jazz. So I mean, you know, so that's how I got into like you know. So I like pop tunes a lot. A lot, you know. I did a Drake song and a bunch of stuff like that. But when I'm practicing, I'm always practicing tunes I don't know as well. So let me see if there's other questions. Whatever I try to improvise, my soloing is pretty much limited to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Could you help me out with some exercises? Thank you. Okay, so here's a good exercise, guys and girls, who's ever watching, and also on TikTok. Okay, so when I'm practicing, I mean, if I'm playing like, let's say I'm playing like one of my students, Yumir, was talking about, we were talking about rhythms. So a lot of jazz is actually eighth notes. So if I'm taking a solo like this, so that's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So, but sometimes I can go. actually doing some triplets and things like that. And I'm doing eighth notes, of course. Those are swing eighth notes too. So the swing eighth things up. So if I'm taking it like, let's say I'm playing a line like this, you can go, and then you can actually do double time stuff too, like this. So what I'm doing is I'm actually doing 16 notes, and you can do triplets too. 16 note triplets. So I'm only playing on D minor right now, but I'm actually switching up triplets. So you have to think about the rhythms you're actually playing too. So just don't play random notes. Think about the rhythms. The rhythm is actually the most important thing. So I'm just switching between eighth notes, 16 notes, and sometimes triplets. Straight triplets. Like you could do quarter note triplets. So I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. You would sing it triplet, triplet, triplet. The playing, and you have to be really conscious of it. So what I like to do actually a lot is like, let me get my metronome out here. I like to use my tempo metronome. You really know what your timing is. And it's very important to know your timing. So I'll play with the metronome here. Let me play it. So I'll use my metronome. It's very important to use a metronome. Oh, I'm looking at all these questions here. So I'll use my my metronome to really get it together and try to play for people. Let me see if I can answer some questions over here on TikTok a little bit. Can you play the intro of what's this? Octopus what? Garden? I don't even know that's sometimes you guys send me stuff, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I'd have to know what that song really is. Let me see if there's any cool questions that you can ask me. You should you play should you play some bachata? Or that would be bachata. One of my students plays bachata. I don't really know no bachata too well, but I like to. That's Dominican, isn't it? Do you know Pat Metheny? I met Pat Metheny. Talk about him. Oh man, Pat Metheny was one of my main influences when that's one of the main reasons I started playing jazz guitar. Times, like I used to teach the National Summer Guitar Workshop, and he used to go and do a workshop until they went bankrupt. Those guys. That was like 15 years ago they went bankrupt, National Summer Guitar Workshop, but that was a really cool thing. They used to have all the great guitar players. I used to be one of the teachers. So, Pat Metheny was like a child prodigy. He played exactly like Wes Montgomery when he came out, but when he started, when he was in high school, but then he decided to be himself. And so he started really getting it together. So anyway, so we don't have any problem with the background here, but no one really cares. They're into the music. So, how do you memorize all the standards? I have a tendency to forget chords and melody easily. Oh, that's true too. Everybody. So when I'm learning a standard, if I haven't played a standard in a long time, I'll forget it. That's kind of normal. So if you don't play, you lose it, you lose it. I mean, you don't use it, you lose it. That kind of. I gotta move a stand out of here. Yes. Oh man, thanks everybody on YouTube for watching, because I'm trying to get more people to watch me do lives, and get more stuff out to you guys instead of talking about like all these my performances and all these little shorts I do and everything. So what I do is when you to memorize a tune, you have to get in your head. So when I'm learning a new tune, I have some new tunes that I'm actually learning. I got to think about them. There's a bunch that I don't know that I've always wanted to learn, like so you don't forget it. Like this song, let's pick a song right now. Let's pick a song I haven't played. Like I haven't done The Days of Wine and Roses in a long time. that melody like that, and I haven't played that in a long time. But if I'm going to play like a solo guitar kind of thing, I would actually just go. I would actually try to throw chords in there like this. So you have to really know how to play chord melody and memorize these tunes and play the melody everywhere. So you should play about. So I would go or down lower. See, what I did was I transposed it down an octave because I don't know how to do it in octaves like that down. So I mean, you practice the melodies, you have to really know them inside out because you know what? Everyone knows what the melody sounds like. So you know, they'll be the first to tell you played that wrong, and the melody is actually the most important part of a song. So I practice these melodies, and if I know the song, so let me see this questions here. Dorian flat 2. Can you play using Dorian flat 2? Someone asked me that question. Oh, you said Dorian flat 2 is this. Here's a Dorian scale, like a D Dorian. So that scale that's actually that comes from what melodic. You can use that scale. I've been trying to, there's a Dorian natural 9 is very common. Well, actually, Lokian natural 9 is a very common one. But Dorian flat 9 I use sometimes in my playing. Okay. Guys, if you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot about my practice and how to practice sessions today, I'm doing an open practice session. You know, I'm actually accepting donations. You know, if you want to go to my PayPal, it's at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App. It's also on my profile, and you know, on YouTube, you can do the same thing. If you're learning some cool stuff, you could send a donation. That would be really great. Thank you for watching. You know, would you do that same as a flat 9? Would you do that flat 2 scale the same as flat 9? The flat 2 scale could be the same. You know, the flat 9, the flat 2 implies dominant 7th. Okay, just so you know. So someone was asking that. So flat 2, what doesn't necessarily mean flat 9. Can you play that? I haven't played that song in a long time, so I have to look at the music. Now, how do you jump? How do you jump down to the 5th of the lower string so quickly? I find myself getting stuck to the 5th on the lower string quickly. I don't get that. What you mean? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that question exactly. I don't understand that question actually. Try to reword that a different way. Whoever that was. I know that there's some basic theory from being in a band for 6 years. What should I learn to play the first on guitar? So you know what? I mean, one good book I like to use, and I've been using this book. This book actually shows you everything, everybody. So you know, I use this William Levitt book, A Modern Method for Guitars Backwards, of course. I'm not left-handed, just so you know. So this is the book I'm actually, you know, going through the whole book, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So I'm always learning things that practicing things I don't know. So when I'm actually practicing, I'm just practicing things I don't know. So one of the things I wanted to guys that I've been working on, let me pull these out for you. They're really cool arpeggios. So one of those arpeggios is like I'm playing like let's say I'm playing an F major arpeggio. Now I'm playing it on 7-string guitar. Watch this. So I gotta put that low note. Now this adding the 7th string adds that low note, and I play low A. So that's an A, C, F. So this is F A C F A C F A C F. So that's actually a 3-octave arpeggio. That's one of the things. The low notes here. Now, I usually don't practice this fast too, because I gotta practice it slow, so I learn it. like to 6-string out so you can see this a little bit. Because I've been confusing it with my 7-string. So my 6-string guitar looks like this. I will get this out. Learning, I have a new article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine that just came out. Okay, let me see. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place. I have a new article in the March. It's, go check it out. My new article is on page 50. Let me open it up for you. Here I am. Check it out. You can watch me. You can read about. It's a really good article about the harmonic and melodic minors that I need to still work on, guys. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I do know, but in my case, I always feel like I need to get a lot better. So everybody feels that. So there's a lot of cool exercises in here. In my acoustic guitar and Hal Leonard, I have a book. If you want to learn about chords, I do great articles here. You just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can actually learn some chords at your fingertips right here in this book. And there's some great writers in here like Adam Levy, who played with a lot of different people. Some great authors, Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Pepper Rogers, who used to be the editor at Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So I'm in writing for them. I've done about 30 articles. So now here's my 6-string guitar. So the 6-string guitar is really easy to play for me now compared to 7-string because the 7-string is really hard. Sometimes I get lost just because I'm trying to do that 7-string in here. So this is like butter. I usually use a lighter pick because the strings here are much smaller. Okay. Now before I keep going, I want to see if there's any questions here. Hey, I love your stuff on your show. Show me some medium advanced picking techniques to build string speed, please. Okay. So you know what? So when I'm warming up, I like to do this exercise. The trill exercise like this. Okay, it's a really good exercise to warm up with. And I use the George Benson picking technique, so I'm going sideways. But if it's only on a flat wound string. So I really haven't warmed up today because I just started doing this. I'm supposed to be a practice session. So I'll go to this string. It's a tremolo. I go as fast as I can. Loud. See, I'll keep my string the pick really close to the string. Yeah, these are Eastman guitars, just so you provide those. And I go across, and I actually play more to the side like this. Not your technique, but some people have it really angled. Do it like almost straight, but not quite. So that gives me speed. So, I did a TikTok recently, and I have to actually do a long form video for YouTube. It's on economy picking. So I do a lot of alternate picking. So one of the ways you can get faster picking is do alternate picking. So you should pick down and up or up and down everywhere. So I'm just picking down and up. I'm just going down and up. So that's very common to play down and up. Alternate picking, okay? So sometimes I'll do alternate picking, but then sometimes to make it smoother, I might do a slide like that. Or like this. I won't pick every note. So I started doing economy picking, which I didn't realize I did until someone started asking me on TikTok about explaining economy picking. So I actually do a combination of picking and alternate picking and hammers on pull-offs. Then I'll do sweeping to do certain things. Sweeping is actually when you go in the same direction and hit two adjacent strings. So that's a good exercise I'm just doing right now. I just did a major and went all the same direction. And if you want to read about this, I did an article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine in the January issue about sweep picking. So that's all about sweep picking and different exercises. So I do a combination of all those things that equate to economy picking. So I basically just do a combination of what? sweeping, hammer-ons, pull-offs, and alternate picking. All up right now. I mean, I'm just playing gibberish right now, but when I'm actually playing, I actually use those techniques all together to play my solos, you know. Dynamics, yeah, that's advanced, man. Thank you. Legato. Yeah, thank you, Schizoid, man. I like all the names you guys have. There's some wild names on TikTok, guys. I won't say the name sometimes. Love your videos. Do you have any exercise to help me understand octave displacement better? Oh, octave displacement. Okay, hold on. I'm going to answer some questions on TikTok. I can't forget you guys. Thank you very much for watching. And, please, before I forget, please follow me if you don't follow me here at Ron Jackson Music. Facebook. Man, what was I going to say? So octave displacement, I just want to like to find your notes for the different octaves. So, I mean, that takes time. You have to really know your neck. So if I'm playing, let's say, I'm going to pick a harder note, like an A flat. You should know how to play them across. See what I'm doing? And figure out every way. Oh, you can't see it too well. I'm going to try to do it here now. So that gets kind of weird there. So you should be able to find your octaves from any position. When I see the octaves, I see the scale too, like the A flat major scale. So I see the octave. You should be able to go up the scale and octave. See what I did? Go down. Okay, so that's how I displace octaves. Thank you for asking that question. Joaquin Ruiz. Okay. Someone's asking that they still have trouble learning a minor scale. Now, this, just so you guys know, I mean, I've been working, I still work. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I know a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff I don't know because if I knew everything, I'd be a computer, a genius. I'm just kidding. So, what I try to do when I'm actually practicing a major scale with a flat 3. So you should know how to change your scales. I have a video about that already. Change your scale. Let's say where the key. I want to change keys all the time now because you don't want to play singing. The key of G to make it minor, just lower one note. But so to make a natural minor, you have to know what notes you change. So remember, minor is just a major scale with a flat 3. Now there's a ton of different minor scales, all kinds of minor scales, So any G I can do like a G natural minor. Now all these scales. Play them G. So what happens is you have to know what's change. So you have to know your intervals. You have to know the number system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, back to 8, which is the octave, is the scale. But then you have to know how to change that to natural minor, which is 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Then melodic minor is 1, flat 2, 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Okay, now depending on the key, there's different sharps and flats. So you have to know all that stuff. It's all with theory and all that other stuff to scales. So there's a lot of stuff. So with minor scales, there's a ton of them. You have to work on that. Learn the natural minor. In rock, most musicians use Aeolian actually, which is cool. And it's a great, great scale. So in jazz, we use all kinds of scales. Let me see. Let me look at this. Let me look at some TikTok. Let me say hi to some people. Everybody, please follow me. Chord positions for a song. Oh, okay. So, I mean, guys, let's say I'm playing a jazz song. Let me pick any jazz song. Okay, I've been working on Got a Match by Chick Corea. So the chords go. So, I mean, it goes, it's basically. So when I'm playing the chord progression, I try to do the chord progression every possible way. Now, this is a really great exercise I learned from Ted Dunbar, a great guitar teacher who taught a lot of great guitar players. So I'll play like this. So I just did it that way. Then I would do it here. Then I'll go. So then I would play it here. Then I'll go. Then I'll go. So I'm playing every possible finger I can do it. See, I'm going to play Korean. I'll go. So you see how many ways I play that progression? That's how you really learn how to play progressions all over the neck. You got to be able to play every possible fingering, and then what you do is whenever you're playing, you'll be able to play it anywhere. So I just did the same progression everywhere on the possible way I'm playing. It takes a lot of practice, guys, and it really kicks your butt. But it, there's so much. The guitars, like well, I see a lot of guitar players. I can tell if you know your neck, because they just basically play in the same area. But you got to be, of course you can miss notes here, but you should not really be able to get lost in your neck, because this chord's going everywhere, and I have to be able to when I'm playing to find on the neck where I'm at without getting lost and know where the chord sounds like. Now let me see some other questions here. Man, there's a ton of messages here, man. Woo. Let me see. Cool. You're so kind to help people out like this. Oh, you're welcome. Someone said I'm too kind to help people like this, but also, it's tough times. If you like the content, please donate and PayPal if you're enjoying this and you're learning a lot of cool stuff. In my impromptu practice session. So I'm not really practicing right now. I'm just showing you how to practice. But I appreciate you guys helping me. And please follow me. That's the most important thing. Share and follow me as well. Share it to your friends. Tell them about me. I want to thank YouTube, guys. You guys at YouTube are great. I got to 11,000 subscribers now in about 3 months. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys. Let me see. Someone's asking me, does that guitar have low action? This one kind of. My 7th string has pretty high action. Gato. Do you have any exercises to help understand octave? Okay, someone asked that question. Do you usually play minor scales with a sharp 7? 7 sometimes. It just depends. I like to actually, when I'm playing Dorian, I don't play sharp 7. It's a flat 7. So some playing Miles Davis, so what? So that's a Dorian scale. I'm just playing Dorian or sharp 7, but I'll do that to reharmonize. So I'll go, and I'll start using passing tones and all kinds of stuff instead of all Dorian. And made it into a harmonic minor scale. So I feel like making a sharp 7 in the solo. I'll do that. I'll keep it natural 7. Or I'll keep it real straight. I'll do reharmonizations like minor thirds, like that up, etc. So yes, I'll raise a 7 sometime. I'm playing blues, and I'm just getting to jazz. So when I improvise, let's say over G7, do you play dominant arpeggio or know the notes of the Mixolydian scale? So guys, okay, so that's from Future Lights. Future Lights, I like that name. So on YouTube. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing a blues in B flat. So if I'm playing a B flat chord. Now that you should know all 5 fingerings of that. So I don't practice. So what I'm doing is I don't practice that scale because I know it too well. I'll practice harder scales. Okay, I'll do an arpeggio sometime. That's one of the things I would do. And I'll do like the dominant scale. See, I'm just making sure that I can play it over the Yeah, so what I did, I did like a dominant arpeggio. I did a minor pentatonic on a blues, on a B flat 7 chord. I did so there's a passing tone between. So if I'm playing the dominant bebop scale, the dominant scale, I'll put no extra note. I'll put a passing tone between the 1 and flat 7 we call. So I like to do that too. So that's another scale I would use. Then I get really fancy, also doing altered scales and all kinds of, and everything like that, you know. So sorry, am I Lennon Landau? You had a question. So he had a question. Okay. So anyway, so so I'm trying to practice in front of you guys, and there's a lot of questions, but so I mean, I hope you're learning a lot of new stuff today. Let me see what's on TikTok, because I have a lot of fans on TikTok who learn a lot of stuff from me. Cool, you're kind to help. Let me see. Let me keep going here. How do you choose chord positions? I got that question already. I'm just trying to do pentatonic, major pentatonic. So everybody, Lydian, Mixolydian, and all that stuff. So when you're doing pentatonic scales, major and minor are related, just so you know, okay? So and then you can superimpose, like Lydian scales can be made into pentatonic. Any scale can be made into pentatonic scale, actually. You got to find the, like the pentatonic scales within, within the scales. So some common ones are like, let's say I'm playing let's say I'm playing A major 7 pentatonic scale. So I'm actually playing a major pentatonic, a type of pentatonic on a major 7 chord, A major 7, where I can get the 9, the 7, the 13, or the 6, the 5, the 3, the 9. It looks like F minor, kind of like a. So you can have your own pentatonic scales, superimposing them and using them in your soloing. A really cool thing to use, actually, in your soloing. Okay. Questions here. How do you find the best chord positions for a song? I already answered that question. There's a bunch of new questions here too. Oh, no, there's people that joined. So everybody, I appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna probably finish up in a few minutes because I've been up for an hour. I'm just trying to see if there's any questions. So I'm just, whenever you practice, and I know there's a lot of questions for me to answer. Practice things you don't know how to do. That's the most important thing. Now I learned, I've studied. I went to Berklee College. I've had a lot of great guitar teachers. If you want to learn how to play really and get your practice together, you study with somebody. And I forgot to tell you, if you're enjoying this, I also have a Patreon account, and where you can actually study with me. You can actually get like $3 lessons and less. Let me see if I have that with me. Oh, here it is. So if you want to get some of these lessons written out that you see on TikTok and Instagram everywhere, and YouTube, go here, sign up for $3. Can you see that? Patreon, $3 a month. You get at least one lesson a month written out, and you get a bunch of other stuff. I'm doing a workshop actually on YouTube again this weekend. That's going to be private to my members and students. And I'm trying to do this right now for YouTube because I'm starting to get a lot of followers, and I appreciate you guys. And and on TikTok, I don't go live on TikTok as much as I should. So I'm live on TikTok right now, and I appreciate you guys. I have so many great fans over there. Cool. You're so kind. Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the new messages here. So let me see. So there's a bunch of questions here. I answered a lot already. Oh yeah. So someone's asking about playing faster. So when I'm playing fast, the metronome, phone with the metronome, but it's over here somewhere. Anyway, so what I would do is, use a metronome to build up speed. I gotta find my phone. So look, I use a metronome to see how fast I can play. So when you start playing, like let's say at 150, that's pretty fast. So, well, that's 300. So I'll play that's 150 half note. So I'll take that. If you can hear this, that's pretty loud. So I'll start playing along like this. I might have to play a little. So what I'm playing is I'm playing at 150. The half note is on 2 and 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4. So what you gotta do is, I've been practicing for a long time these tempos, and you have to build up. You have to start really slow. So I'm at 150 right now, half note. And that's like 300. It could be faster. I mean, I played people where people played faster, but I build up the speed. I'll play like blues, whatever tune you're playing, jazz tune, whatever, and I would like just start speeding it up one increment at a time. 100, 1, 102. So let me put it at 160 this time. See if I can play. So if I played at 160, that's pretty damn fast. I'll do that. So that's the 2 and 4. But I'm gonna play 1 and 3 this time. So that's pretty fast, actually. 160. That's 320. So I mean, I like to practice those type of things really fast. But I mean, to be able to play that fast, you have to be relaxed. So what I'm doing right now is I'm pretty relaxed, even though I haven't warmed up that much. But usually you have to warm up to get to that tempo to play fast. So that's how you learn how to play fast. You have to build up the speed and be relaxed. You got to lock in with the metronome. Metronome really is a good thing to judge how to play faster. Okay. So thank you, everybody. It's about almost 5 o'clock here Eastern Standard Time in New York. So everybody's like, someone just asked one last question about the different modes. I actually have videos about that. So just look on my YouTube about the different modes of the major scale. I'm going to be doing soon, when I have time, all the modes of the melodic minor and the harmonic minor, and how you use it in YouTube, probably, because in TikTok the 1 minute format is too short for this. Okay. And let me see if there's any other questions here before I go, because I got to take a break. I'm tired from talking. And simply some of the things, DM me some questions that you have, or make comments on my video here. I'm going to leave this up after. Okay, on TikTok, you can't leave the videos up. But, if there's any questions, please DM me on TikTok after the show. If you want to give some gifts, that would be great, too. But it was really fun. I want to show you one more time. If you enjoyed this. Oh, no, someone else wanted, but I don't know that theme. So guys, if you enjoyed the show, please donate more. If you learn a lot of cool things at my Venmo, Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay. And PayPal, and I really appreciate you guys. Or you can give me gifts on TikTok. And, I'll be doing these, so this is practice session number 2. And thank you very much. I'm going to have these, these comments here later. And if you have any other questions, please let me answer all these questions. I'm gonna try to practice by myself next, and I'm gonna put a new post on TikTok today probably too, and I already put a post on YouTube. So thank you YouTube for all the 11,000 followers plus now, and everybody on TikTok. Give me to 25,000. Give me to 30,000. Okay, let me see. Let me say bye. Let me say bye before I say bye to everybody on YouTube. I'm just gonna check out some of the questions I had here on my chat. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna just so I'm gonna check some of these comments to see what people were saying here on YouTube. Yeah, a few more things. Okay, everybody. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Can you play these chords in order? D, G, and A. D, G, and A. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry I couldn't get that answer question. Please show that guy. Play these three chords in order. D, G, and A. Okay, that's answered your question. Now I can play that so many different ways. D, D, G, A, D, G, A, D, G, A. So you should be able to play those so many different ways. Now let me see. Let me get off this. I'm just making a screenshot of all the questions. Yeah. I'm just making some screenshots of all the comments that you guys made, to see if there's anything I want to show you guys later. I appreciate you guys. I got a lot of comments today on YouTube too. So let me say bye to everybody and thank you guys. Have a great day, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. I'm about to say bye on TikTok and now. Okay. Oh, wow. I had a lot of viewers on TikTok. And that's just after. Okay. I'm going to play fun. And I'll see you guys. Bye-bye on YouTube. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson, and welcome to my Patreon only video. Harris makes everything really simple when he's actually playing over rhythm changes at a really fast tempo. So I'm going to be showing you how he actually does the song called I Got Rhythm. And a lot of songs have been written over that tune, like Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker and Anthropology by Charlie Parker, Olio. So many songs, okay? That song was originally written by George Gershwin. There's a lot of chords. The key of B flat is that the A sections, which are, the form is actually AAB scale there usually. But to be able to play on the changes, you should know all your scales to be able to play on the changes. So what Barry actually does, he actually simplifies the changes. So in my exercise in the music here, I'm going to be playing you first the simplified version that Barry Harris uses, okay? Which is eliminating all the chords and just making them one chord per measure. Now, usually in rhythm changes, the first two bars are C minor 7, F7, okay? B flat, one bar, okay? So he eliminates the second chord, which is a 6 minor, and he eliminates the 2 minor to the F7 because those are really just substitution. He'll just do this. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So that's what he actually does. So you're going to actually learn how to take a solo just on the simplified changes, which is much easier than playing an arpeggio or whatever notes you can get through the A section with chords in every 2 beats of the measure. Let me show you how rhythm changes goes all the way through the whole song just with the regular changes. I'm going to put the metronome on. 1, 2, 3, 4. basically. There's slight variations, but that's regular B-flat rhythm changes. AABA form. I did the tempo of 140 for you, where Barry eliminates one whole bar and eliminates the substitutions. Instead of playing a G minor 7 right after the B flat chord, you could just play a B flat all the way through for one bar and eliminate the G minor, because the G minor is just a substitution for the B flat, and also the C minor is a substitution for the F7 for one bar. Okay, so we're going to eliminate the G minor and the C minor and play one bar of each chord, B flat major 7 to F7. And also we're going to substitute like a 2-5 going to the 4 chord, which could be an F minor to B flat, or you can play a B flat major 7 and go to the E flat dominant and go to E diminished. We're going to eliminate all that and just play straight B flat 7 for one measure, then E flat 7 for one measure, then go back to the B flat major 7 to F7 for one bar each. So we're eliminating all those extra chords, and the bridge, of course, there's no eliminations because it's all dominant all the way through, 2 bars each, okay? And then we're doing the same thing on the C section, which is basically like the A section, the chord progression that's simplified that Barry wrote, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's how Barry simplifies the chords of rhythm changes. So now, what he does, chord playing a lick every time. Doing a lick like that, or sounds very mechanical. But also I'm arpeggiating to do that. When you get to the minor, it's a 1, 2 flat 3, 5 pattern. But Barry actually just does a scale going up in eighth notes, like the B flat major scale on the B flat chord, ends on the 4th beat as a quarter note. Okay? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now, it's very important because that's how you learn how to improvise and play over each change and play in time. Remember to practice this every possible fingering. Like that, okay? So I'm going to play you this exercise all the way through to the end, and this is how it goes. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's actually how you play the Barry Harris rhythm changes right on each chord on a rhythm change song that's simplified. So what he's doing is actually simplifying fast. That's when you start using this, because then you don't have to think about all those other chords. This will work. That's how I did my intro. I was thinking just playing 1, 5 in my solo and made it much easier for me to play over each change. So that's the Barry Harris method. This is Ron Jackson. My Patreon page is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And thanks a lot for listening. Have a great day. Okay, everybody, how's it going? I'm just checking here. And Facebook and YouTube on Instagram. So let me set that up real quick. And if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. I'm gonna actually go and go live on Instagram as well. So I'm gonna do that right now on my other device. So if there's any questions, please send them to me. This is a real last minute live here, and I'm going live actually as well on Twitch, which I never usually do. Hey everybody, how's it going on Facebook? So we'll start having people come in soon, very soon. And in the meantime, I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up. And if there's any questions or anything or requests, let me know. I know it's it's like a Wednesday afternoon and people are working or something. And this is my job right here. So let me go live right now on Instagram for fun. And I'm going to turn on badges on Instagram as well. Because they tell me to do that. I'm going live right now. And hey, everybody on Instagram as well. Hey, Dario. I always see Dario. Hey, Dario, what's going on, man? He's on YouTube. And I'm letting everybody know that I'm going live right now on Instagram, too. So let me do that right now. Just so you know, I'm going to be on Instagram. I want to let you know that, my badges are turned on as well. So if you want to, throw a badge to my way for going live, Instagram is telling me to do that. So let me just start off with a song right now. This is a song that I used to play with Randy Weston. He actually died, I think, a year ago at least. Hey, Nancy. Hey, how's it going, Nancy? You should go live with me sometime. Nancy. Yeah, great singer. And, in New York. And thank you for watching. I'm just going live for fun. I'm going to take requests. And I'm going to wait to some people. And just so everybody know, now on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. Okay. Hey, Elikard. Hey, Jessic from Poland's here watching too. And Omid5. Thank you. Let me start off with the song that I did with Randy Weston. I used to work with Randy Weston. He just died a couple of years ago, I think. And he actually played this song that he wrote called High Fly. And he was a great guy. And what happened was his grandson started actually they own these great smokehouses where they smoke meat. They have a place called. I played there a couple of months ago with Winard Harper and Belden Bullock. It was a great gig. So let me start off with. everybody. How's everybody doing? Thank you for watching. Oh, I want to make a few announcements. So if you guys, I'd like to first announce. Thank you very much, YouTube, for having 16. Oh, actually, sorry, for having 30,000 new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. I'm actually live on YouTube as well, Instagram. Sorry about that. Hi, Luca. Is that Luca? I think so. Luca, again, YouTube for for all the new subs, just so you guys know, and all the questions, and it's just really like a lot of work, but I appreciate you guys, and I'm trying to also have my Patreon, and I'm trying to keep that going, and with all the lessons I put up there, it's just a lot of work. It's constant, and also thank you very much, Instagram. I just got to 25,000, followers on the Instagram too, and I appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up with all the content on Instagram, everywhere else, and TikTok and all that stuff. So that was a great song by Randy Weston called High Fly, and he was a great guy to work with. I was supposed to actually have a concert honoring him at Columbia University last year at the Miller Theater with a bunch of people that worked with him, and unfortunately, it all got canceled because of COVID and things. I don't know what's going to happen now. I'm supposed to be doing a tour next year in the Midwest and the West Coast, and I'm booked. It's being booked right now. By my team and everything. And right now, I hope that we can actually continue with this tour with all the stuff going on. With vaccinations and COVID and all this stuff. So everybody, do your part and let's get the place open again. If I'm fully vaccinated. I want to go out and play some gigs, and so we got to get this going. So anyway, let me see some of the questions here. Can I hear your favorite Cole Porter tune? Oh man, that's Omit 5. Let me show this to everybody tune. Hey, I'm doing you can actually donate via Super Chat. There's a little $ on the right hand side of the chat box when I'm live. You have a request now on Instagram as well. So you guys know on Instagram, if you're enjoying my badges, okay? So badges are a new thing that Instagram's telling me to do because appreciate you guys. I have a lot of we musicians have a lot of experience. Some more announcements. Let me continue. Let me say I know 5 major scale patterns. How do you start improvising over music with them, and rather than just going up and down the scales? Hey, I'm gonna ask. Let me see if I can think of a Cole Porter tune real quick, and pick up one of my favorite tunes for you guys. Because there's a lot of tunes he wrote. I'm gonna look right now on the internet. So you do something to me, say magnifique. He did so many songs actually, and it's just this is a song I like doing actually a lot, and this is called "It's All Right with Me." I'm gonna do a solo guitar, okay? So this is for this is actually for Omit 5, whatever your real name is, okay? Let me see. Let me see. Let me turn this down a little bit. Here we go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let me respond to some comments now on Instagram. I don't want to leave everybody on Instagram because I'm streaming to 4 different platforms, everybody. I'm sorry. So it's hard to keep up with everybody. I'm using StreamYard now, which is really kind of cool. So that was a great request. Thank you for the £5, whoever you were. Let me see who sent me that. I can't see that. But anyway, thank you. I honored the request. Thank you for the £5. Let me see. Let me see now. Let me go to Instagram right now and look at some of these comments. I'm taking requests and also just playing for fun. You know, it's funny. I end up doing all this kind of business and stuff. I'm booking a tour. I'm about to do. Actually, everybody, I'm going to be announcing Indiegogo to do my new album. Okay. It's a follow up to my last album because right now, album that's a follow up to this album called Standards and Other Songs, and so. I'm going to be actually announcing that very soon. Thank you, Omid5, for your donation on YouTube. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. So be on the lookout. It's going to start September 8th. It's going to be a big thing. I'm going to have some great musicians on there. I'm going to have the great Wheeler Jones III on drums, Ben Wolf on the bass. All these guys played with Winton and everybody, Roy Hargrove. It's going to be a great band, and I'm going to have special guests like Clark Gate. That's my tour in the Midwest, which I'm going to be announcing soon. There's a lot of stuff going on, way too much stuff, and I'm going to start working on some of my performances here in New York City too. And it's just hard to keep up with all the social media and everything, but I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much. I'm going to actually. Someone had a question now. Let me look on Instagram first and make sure I can answer some of these questions because I can't. For some reason, I can't see everything here. Let me see some of the questions on Instagram right now. Just Chris, do you have one white string on here? No, it's just this is actually a wound 7 string on my guitar. So everybody always asks about my strings. So I have them right here ready for you to look at. So these are my jazz tape strings, everybody. Okay. And this is actually okay, thank you. Thank you, Omid5. Okay, look at this. These are my jazz tapes. Jazz tapes are really great. They're like 2 wound strings. Oops, excuse me, just regular steel strings. Then 4 wound tape wound strings, and this a round wound bass string. Okay, so that's a really good question, Jethro, on Instagram. And actually, yeah. Thank you. Glenn, I wish I could make a donation. You don't have a single gig since. Oh, sorry about that, Glenn. Let me see. So that's average Despande. Um, rather than just playing up and down the scales. Average, he's asking about major scales. So if you play like let's say you're playing a C major scale, and you play over a C major chord like this, you can do different kinds of techniques. You can actually arpeggiate the C major scale. Okay, you can actually use approach notes for each chord tone. So I'm using a half step below. I mean, there's 16 of them actually, and actually the 16 approach. Okay, you don't have to just play the scale tones. You can use approach notes, enclosures they call it. I'm using passing tones, which is actually bebop related. So there's so many things you can actually do with the major. You know, you can. It sounds like major scale when you're doing that. It's not jazz. So just so you know, jazz is really a language. So this language, actually, let me show this. This is what Abs was asking me. Jazz, okay. So that's what I suggest. So I have this on my website, okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's the 16 approach notes are different techniques. So if you just want to go to my website, and it's also on my Patreon account. A lot of these exercises too, if you join my Patreon, you can just go there. And all this is listed on my description, everybody, on my on all my YouTube videos, all the places you can actually sign up to my YouTube. I mean, to my all different things that I actually have. Taking lessons myself. I've been studying with Mike Stern, the great guitar player from New York here, who played with Miles Davis. He plays the 55 ball. He's a monster. He knows all kinds of stuff. He's a really really intellectual guitar player. He knows a lot of stuff, about techniques and improvisation. I take lessons. So the best thing to do for you is take a lesson with a guitar teacher like myself, or lessons too. For they come like already there as posts, okay? Or you could go to my website and check these out. So let me keep going here. So let me keep going. Guard, more strings, probably a 10 string. You know what? Alucard, my strings are actually 14 on top. So okay? Someone's asking about that. So I use 14s on my guitar. Hey, Ymir! Hey, Ymir, how you doing, man? It's great. Who's a monster guitar player I really enjoy. I've been hearing about Julia Lodge since she was like 10, because he was playing 10. He was 10 and playing the same way he's playing now. So, so Julia Lodge is a great guitar player. And my student, Ymir, went to go see him yesterday, I heard, in Fairfield, Connecticut. So he's a great guitar player. And so is my up-and-coming student, Ymir. And he's watching right now. That bass is mean, thank you. Someone said my bass is mean, thank you. Glenn said that he wished he could make a donation, but he has a single gig or student since the pandemic. Really? Oh man, that's too bad. Okay, so next time, don't worry. So he's asking me chord substitution. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing, there's so many ways to substitute chords, everybody. So when I'm playing like a dominant seventh chord, let's say F dominant, just a straight F, or like this. So I mean, I can substitute that. I don't have to play an F7. I can play F dominant 9. You can play the alters. When I'm doing a dominant chord, for example, or I can make it a 9 chord. So I can make it a dominant 9 chord. So I'm using actually the Lydian dominant scale, so which is 1, 2, 3, sharp 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1. This on YouTube already about substitutions, tritone substitutions, the modes of the melodic minor and the major, and you can use all these substitutions. There's so many minor scales you can actually use on a minor chord. You don't have to use like a natural minor. Use D, Dorian, Phrygian. I mean, there's so many minor scales. Harmonic minor. should be able to play these everywhere on the fingerboard. So if you're playing D harmonic minor, okay, you should be able to play them all over the neck. Any kind of minor scale, any scale, every key, every fingering. So that takes a lot of practice. And I still got to practice this stuff, you know. And when I'm talking to you, teaching you this stuff, it's hard to actually play and teach at the same time and live. Because a lot of the guys you see on YouTube, it's all pre-recorded and really edited. But I'm actually doing this stuff live, which is really hard to do, actually. So, great question. So let me keep going. Do you reckon? I mean, a lot of my lessons actually, someone's actually asking me that question. So what I like to do is apply my theory to the guitar. So that's what I actually do on my videos and lessons on my website. So go to my website and you can pick up those lessons really cheap. So free jazz tune, Mr. Ron. Oh, okay, I'll do that too. I don't play for free. I'm just kidding. That's a good one. So let me see. Hello, sir. So yeah, so there's a lot of books though. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, for jazz improvisation for guitar technique, I use a William Levitt book just for learn from William Levitt. It's a good book. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of theory in here and everything, and it's actually a big ass. I mean, excuse me, a big book. So, so sorry about the language. So, this is a really big book, so it's a lot of studying to do. And I'm actually working through this book right now. Recently, I mean, when I get a chance to practice. So that's a great question. So so Dario's asking if I do practice via Skype. Yeah, so I mean, for example, yes, I do lessons via Skype. Actually, California, Colorado, I mean, Connecticut, I mean, where Europe sometimes, Australia, depending on time. It's kind of hard with the time zone. So yes, I do lessons like that. So a free jazz tune. Let me see if I can do something like that. So, oh yeah, Glenn said he's been working on the melodic minors. So that's great. I'm going to play a free jazz song. Let me see if I can think of something. I used to study with this guy James, melodic way of droning notes. All right. So that's something like that. So that might have freaked some people out, but anyway, thank you for watching. So notice a copy of this. But yeah, I was fortunate to have him play with that ensemble. You know what? I used to play in the Mingus guitar band, so that was kind of cool. You know, and that's a great book here, the Mingus book. So yeah, it's a really great book. And if you want to learn some good Mingus songs, go check that out. You know, look at all the books I have, and I need to work through on some of these books. You know, there's some really interesting books about jazz history here, all kinds of stuff. But I like this book recently. I've been using this book called the Slomitsky book by Nicholas Slomninsky, and it's a really great book. You know, that's what John to write Giant Steps. Actually, he used these patterns. I'm still working on this stuff. He used the diatone progression, which is splitting the octave into 3 octaves. Okay, so that's the Giant Steps method. So let me see. I'm going to show Yamir's comment. What was your experience studying with Melvin Sparks? Oh yeah, Melvin Sparks. Oh, that's a great question. What was the most important lesson advice did you take away from him? So Melvin Sparks actually was my first guitar teacher when I moved to New York. He actually took me under his wing. He was like a mentor. He produced my album called Flubby Dubby, which is actually right over here. He produced this album, and he passed away about 11 years ago. And so you can pick this up on my website actually if you want to, check out what he did for me. And so Melvin was a really great guy. Well, I didn't have any idea about musicality. I had a lot of technique, but I didn't have any musicality. So learn how to play musically. One of the things he had me do that really helped me, Ymir, is he actually had me switch from. I used to use 413s on my guitar, and he told me you should play heavier strings. So he had me switch from 13s to 14s on the guitar, and that was one of the most important things he had me do. And he taught me a lot of stuff, like when I performed live. I used to look at the BWW, one of my albums, and what happened was, like he said, one of the things I learned from him is I learned a lot about the band behind you. Just worry about the audience. Don't even, they got your back. So, if you're with a great band, you don't have to worry about the band behind you and cue them and stuff. They know what to do and they'll follow you. If you don't, you can have your back to them. So, a lot of important things. All the time on everything. You can be bluesy. So sometimes if it's more of a bluesy song, don't play all your jazz stuff. It doesn't fit sometimes. So play some bluesy stuff. And he was really great at the blues, Melvin. He was a monster guitar player. I've even talked to George Benson about Melvin until he died. Unfortunately, he died so early, man, of a heart attack. So anyway, right now I'm starting to actually, actually it's about lunchtime here in New York, so I'm gonna go get some lunch right now. But I'm gonna be going live once in a while and taking questions, and and I really week, and I usually have a background behind me. Today I just have my books and stuff, and it's so just a little bit background. I have tons of books, guys. I have this Brazilian copying book. It's just like Latin bass book because I play bass a little bit too. These books I got to work on. I have just so many books. And the thing is, guys, especially if you're watching me, I don't use tabs most of the time. I read music, so you got to learn how to read music, guys. And it's really important to learn how to read music, sheet music, and and really, and like the classical method. And that William Levitt book I showed you earlier is really a good book for you to learn how the modern method for reading on the guitar and techniques. Well, that told me one of my friends that told me he's a great guitar player. Told me a lot of guitar players sound generic when they come out of Berkeley because they use the same method. So just try to find your own way of playing this stuff if you use this kind of book, okay? But it's a really great book called A Modern Method of Guitar. I have tons of books and that I need to work out of myself. So don't get too bogged down with books. play your gigs and actually get a good teacher, and they'll tell you what to do. And you can't really tell how you play unless someone tell. Does anybody use jazz? Of course. Yes, someone said to me, Shantanya meant the. Yeah, no, of course I use distortion in jazz myself. Actually, there's a video of me on TikTok, and I think it's even on here on YouTube and Instagram where I actually playing. I'm playing Moment's Notice with distortion pedal using my solid body guitar. And I don't do that on an art shop guitar because it's just hard to control. It's funny. I've been taking lessons with Mike Stern, and he doesn't use an art shop guitar just because of that. He wants to rock out at the end of during his solos too, and it's really hard to rock out on these kind of guitars. I mean, unless it's like a semi hollow body. You know what I mean? But he uses a completely solid body. But then he plays jazz. He plays the crap out of jazz on that, and then he rocks out because he can do that. On a solid body. So yes, you can do that. Yes. So yes, I like Dario. He said, "Satire, it's just a color." Great. Oh, Albert, my friend, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook.